Hello. Ahakfin, hello. Should we go straight into it? Because as a sick person and talking to another sick person, right? I don't want to make the sick person not be able to rest. Yeah.
Don't worry. I rest up just now.
Need to rest quickly. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Hang on. Hi Shiro, hello. How are you today? Today we are both sick. Okay, wait. I need to adjust the chat box. Huh? If you're here means it's not good? Huh? I think the potato I put I sit on the coffee. Potato should sit on coffee. No? I'll get rid of the coffee. We put here first. You also sick? Why is everybody sick? Oh wait, Shiro, you're also sick? Serious? Are you sick?
Can all be sick together.
Huh? Hey, hi cutie kimochi, hello. Why is everyone sick? So a lot of people are sick, is it? Oh, okay. Because normally you will meet girlfriend today. And what happened? Is she sick? What happened? Why cannot meet? Are y'all okay? Hi, feeling sugoi, hello. Oh, she's busy. Ayo, cutie, please rest up because you're also sick. Ayo. Only sick here you have is love sick. Oh no. No, take care of yourself and also don't fall sick, yeah? Please everybody take care. A lot of people are falling sick. Potato is here. Potato is here. Can you see a potato on the screen?
You can see a potato with flags.
With flags.
Flagging,
He even brought out
flagging
his
everyone.
flags. Yeah, like
Yeah.
I know I props. I only have magic wand. It's
Where's
not a red
your
flag.
find something red? Find a red plush and a green plush.
Yeah, I should find a red this kind of thing, but it's purple. I don't have a red thing. Yeah, I only have pink. None of it is red. The Winnie the Pooh is only partially red.
Chop off the head and the back.
No,
And you have a red flag.
no. But yeah, a lot of people are sick. Kimochi, cutie Kimochi, please rest well. Okay, drink lots of water, guys. Yeah. Feeling so good. How are you? I think it's the weather, right? You love boobies. Okay, noted. Hi, Jason. The potato is cute. I know. Yeah, potato is our special guest today. Potato is ready. He's already holding the red flag and the green flag.
Ready to flag everything.
Yeah. Ready to raise the flags. Sorry, today we might be a bit slow because we are both sick, okay? So just to let y'all know first, okay? Millie Potts, hello. How are you? Potato is finally the special guest. This is the long-awaited guest, right?
How long did it take to plan this?
Actually, not that long. Right?
I can't remember as well. No, but
It's just that there was a period of time when
yeah,
I didn't do anything because I was
we were
busy.
all busy.
Yeah. But actually, the planning of this didn't take up too much time. In terms of, I make the slides. I ask Potato if he's free. Then he tell me when he's free. Then that's about it. You know. Oh my god, cold bloody! Sorry, I turned off the sound
Stands
alert.
too hype,
Now I
stands
turn
too
back
hype,
on.
stands too hype.
Cold bloody, thank you for the 34 months. Sorry, I turned it off because just in case we are talking about something important. But I turned it back on since we haven't really started talking about important things yet. Cold bloody, thank you for the 34 months. Cold Bloody, how are you? You're gonna sleep. Okay, go and sleep. If you need to sleep, please go and sleep because you know, don't get sick. When you sleep, your body will rest and repair itself. So if you gotta sleep, go and sleep. Okay? Yeah. Hi
But it's a Friday.
Ranger. It's a Friday, yeah, but that
Means
means
the night is still young.
even for sick people like
Yeah.
us.
Yeah.
But if you're sleeping that early means you're really sick. Yeah. You're the ick. Why do you call yourself an ick? What did you do? What icky thing did you do, man? Where potato? I don't see a potato. You don't see potato? He's there at the bottom right hand corner of the screen. Why don't you see the potato? Thank you for giving potato a shout out. But the bot will disappear after a while, so you can also do this and show you. You can put, or maybe I shouldn't do it so soon, but you can, for the mods, for Cold Bloody, okay, you can put exclamation mark guess SO, okay, to shout out the potato. Okay, for the special bot return thing, I really copy and paste. Yeah. Okay, yay. Yeah, but we are going to talk about Icks and red flags and deal breakers. And in the Q&A, you can actually already fill in the Q&A form if you want to, because in the Q&A form, basically you can fill up the 3 questions already, like what are your Icks, what are your red flags, what are your deal breakers, like what do you consider Icks, red flags and deal breakers. So yeah, you can already fill in the form if you want to. And then maybe as we talk more, you can go back and fill in more stuff if you want to, like if our conversation sparks any more thoughts. Yeah. Why you give me a shout out? This is already my channel. A meowsing community, yes. Why they put heartbreak? They put a heartbreak emoji there. It's not all heartache. This makes it sound very sad. Like I only thought about sad things. Red flags and deal breakers, then they put a heartbroken emoji. Then after that they say talk about rejections. It also sounds very sad. Like I'm only talking about sad things. Yay, Cold Bloody gave himself a shout out. Cold Bloody, thank you for hydrate. We need it because we are sick. Thank you. Hi Kano, you're just in time. I purposely take this big cup again. This big cup has been very useful because when you're sick you need to drink a lot of water, right? Then if you have a small cup, then you keep needing to go and refill over and over again. But I also have my 1 liter water bottle, so I will be very hydrated. Oh, potato drink also
Yeah, I will try to.
If they hydrate me, you also need to hydrate actually.
But mine's not too bad because I don't have like a cough or a sore throat. I just have
flu.
I'm just a bit cold.
Oh, but that's bad though. Yeah, that sounds bad. If you're cold, it could be a fever later. Hopefully not though, of course.
It's a headache now, but
headache oh shit. Okay. Hey, hi Amy, hello. Yeah, I'm having a happy day. How about you? Why got talk show? Eternal Evie, welcome to our talk show. We're going to be talking about Icks, red flags and deal breakers. Hello, welcome in. It's a love talk show. We're gonna talk about love and relationships. Amy, follow potato, yay! Okay, serious question. Like, do you make all these presentations yourself, like from scratch? No, I don't. It's a presentation template that you can download, and I always credit the place that I get my templates and stuff. Yeah, if you go and the credits slide is always at the end, but you can also just Google it. It's just called Slides Go or something. Yeah. Oh, I forgot to turn off Ninebot for advertising the thing that we are already doing today. Oh, but the content itself, I you know, since the template you can just change, of course, the words and the headings and stuff in it. So yeah, sometimes, hang on, let me turn off this nightbot thingy because it's already today. Okay, yeah, so nightbot would stop saying, hey, episode 5 is 3rd May, today is already 3rd May. Okay, but yeah, so for the things that I put in the slides are my ideas or experiences, or maybe I did a bit of research, you know, just a quick Google search. Yeah, but I think there's an upcoming episode. I don't really want to spoil you guys yet, but there's an upcoming episode where I had to do a lot more research. So I actually put in like where I got the ideas from, like which therapist said it. But I know previous slides I didn't really, like, you know, tell you, oh, I went to this particular website, or I heard this thing from this particular podcast, because I cannot remember. But the next episode, right, or like, it depends on the topic. Next episode I will put in some of these things to credit, like to show where I got my stuff from, especially if it's not my own ideas or experiences, or it's not something that like all websites are saying, you know what I mean. You go eat first, don't start yet. Oh, well, you're starting really, really soon. But it's okay. Maybe when you come in later, it will be the more important or more exciting parts. Yeah. You're doing great, Pickle. Oh no, a lump on her gum, but she's doing amazing. Okay, okay, good to know. Well, a lump sounds scary. Yeah. What do you do with these after the stream? Oh, I just put it on Discord. Because I can't remember who, but at least one person told me to upload the slides on Discord, so I did that. Yeah. Okay, wait, before we start, we are going to start really soon, right? I mean, we're going to go on to the next slide really soon. This is just the introduction slide. So, but before we get into the next slide, maybe Potato, you want to introduce yourself first?
I'm a potato. I don't know. I don't really introduce myself much.
He's a potato.
Yeah, I'm a potato that pokes around, and I'm always there but also not here.
He's here but
Then
not here.
yeah, I'm here but not here. You don't see me, but sometimes you do. And yeah, been in around like Twitch and all for, actually it's been a while. I started since COVID. But yeah, I did stream a couple of times last time, but then I stopped because not really my kind of thing. But yeah, I don't really know how to introduce myself.
Potato has been my mod for a very long time. One of the oldest mods here also. And he has appeared on stream before. Like he played It Takes Two with me before. And he also appeared, his face appeared on stream before. I don't know if anybody recalls this. So
It's a
we,
few times, right?
yeah, a
And
few
it's
times.
very short moments.
IRL streams we did.
Yes.
Yeah. I remember once was a Vivo City stream, once was the Sentosa Grill Fest stream, and there were more. There's at least one or two more, but board game stream, I think. I don't know.
Game, we didn't really show faces. Like,
Yeah, we
it
show
was
more of
mostly
the
just
game.
the games.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then there was one baking stream.
Baking, yeah, the brownies,
brownies, but that was like quite some time ago already.
Yeah.
But yeah, he actually showed his face before, but now I mean, he's still a potato. He has always been a potato. But a potato is so cute, right? He's already prepared, okay, with his cute potato
I have my flex ready.
flex, yeah. And then a headphone. So cute. A important question, do you love boobies? Do you want to answer that?
No preference?
No preference. I'm like, even as a straight female, who doesn't like boobies? Even a straight female person like myself, I would say I like boobies.
Because you're competing with other females. That's why.
Huh? Why? So if I'm competing with other females, then I would say I don't like one.
It's the plot
Like
energy,
I'm jealous.
Right.
But no, I think it is in our biology to like boobies anyway, because you know, it is a source of sustenance when you are a baby. So most people like boobies. Even myself as a straight female. A couch potato or just a potato?
I haven't sat on a couch in ages, but
Why? You don't have a sofa?
because like usually on my PC and I have
Oh,
like a proper chair, so I don't really have a couch.
okay.
Yeah.
Hey, what? Yes, you're on time. We're still on the first slide. You're on time, don't worry. We are guessing. Hey, hi, Ollie Gamer Boy. Hello. Mashed and baked potato. Wow, I prefer mashed if we're choosing mashed or baked potato. What
I
if the
think this one
person...
can become a whole series of like TED Talk and all. Yeah,
Oh,
legit. Because
serious?
it's very different kinds of potatoes for every occasion. Yeah.
Then you should start a TED Talk on potato.
Someday.
Yeah.
Maybe you can do a cooking talk show as well.
Cooking mama.
Yeah.
What if the person doesn't like pets? Oh yeah, if a person doesn't like pets, to me it's a deal breaker, yeah. Or animals in general. Is potato
Your
surname Ma Ling Shu?
you should save the all the like red flags and all to the Q&A.
Oh yeah, later we'll talk more
Yeah.
about it, okay?
If you say it now, then yeah, running out of things to say later.
No, don't worry, I have
So
too many things to say. Actually, today I don't know why I have so many slides. Actually, I know why I have so many slides, but I don't want to spoil it. But I'm just gonna say for now, I have a lot more slides than usual today, guys.
that's
Yeah,
good.
like at least like 4, 5 more slides, I think. I like big butts and I cannot lie. When you say I like butts, it makes me think of that song. You can call him Mr. Ma Ling Shu. Ma is his surname. Yes. I like animals like rabbits a lot. Yeah! Top 10 potato tier list. Let's go. Oh my god, yeah, do a tier list. We should have a potato rating stream. Okay. I'm down for that. I no longer, or you guys should do it. Yeah. I'm down to watch people rate potatoes. I no longer do PC service as full-time job. Oh, then what are you doing now? So Menzies like, is it got tea? No, actually don't have tea. Okay, so we just quickly go to the next slide first. Okay, hang on. These are our regular disclaimers. Okay, do you all know these are the regular disclaimers that I always show you guys? Okay, but what is, good question, what is potatoes relationship status? What is it?
Okay. So
I'm
I've
really
been
getting to
single
the
for
tea.
a little over wait. Yeah, I've been single for a little over 3 years now. But previously I was in a rather long relationship, almost 4 years long. So I
So
guess in terms of the variety of experience, maybe I don't have a lot, but in terms of having like one committed experience, maybe I have some things that I can also share about. That's why I'm here.
yeah, we have a variety of people, some with
Yeah.
more experiences, some with fewer, but in one relationship you could also have a lot of things to say about just one relationship. Yeah. Ask anybody, or like some song recording artist, right? They can write one whole album just based on one person. Yeah. Hey Amy, thank you for the sub. Thank you. Yeah, so the there will still be things to say, but you're already trying to get the tea from potato. Will you be using controller today? No, do you want your controller back? Just say. If you want controller back, just say. Oh, PC building as a full-time job. That's what you're doing? Amy, thank you again so much for the sub. Cough, Taylor Swift cough. No, not Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift doesn't just write about one person in one album. But I'm saying, that's why I say other recording artists. Yeah. In her one album, she sometimes writes about 2 or 3 people, but like other recording artists, like, I don't know, Ed Sheeran, Adele. Yeah. Okay. Ads are dumb, don't miss any juicy chats. Aww. I'm in single for the longest time, and I was single for 5 years. And for the longest time, and then I was in a relationship for a few months, and then now single again. But it's okay though. I mean, take your time. Yeah, because if you are not happy with the relationship, then there's no point, even if you stick it out for, I don't know, like a random number of years. Yeah. Okay, somebody wants their controller back. Wait, I just quickly pass the controller thing. Wait, be right back.
The controller got stolen. And we get to use this command again.
Felix Cloudy disrupted my stream, but I'm back. Okay.
Needs his controller to play Football Manager.
Yeah.
Or FIFA.
Yeah,
or
FIFA.
something. Yeah.
You still can remember his one and only game. Why be single when you can buy a double? Double filet o fish, double cheeseburger, double scoop ice cream. Yeah, there will always be opportunities, and like if you're alone, you can work on yourself. Yeah. Single 3 years feels good. Yeah, it's good. It feels good. Why you pee? I never pee. The person
It's
you
been a
will
while since I used the command.
later I will pee. Definitely, I'll need to drink a lot of water, and then I'll need to pee. Yeah, the person you were with isn't the one for you. Sorry, I had to cough. Sorry.
Shall we continue?
Yeah. If you're a single girl, are you single? Bless you, I think. No, I'm coughing. Okay, quickly, just a very quick disclaimer again. We are not experts. We don't claim to be experts, okay? We are just sharing our experiences and opinions. This is just a sharing session. We are not experts or psychologists or therapists or relationship experts or whatever, okay?
Yeah.
I'll be nice in chat, because whenever I have a guest with me, right, I will be stricter, okay? So be nice in chat. And Potato
Don't
himself
worry.
is also a mod, yeah.
Your guess is a mod. You do anything funny, the hammer's dropping.
Correct. You see, he raised his red flag already. So, please, be nice to my guests, okay? If not, he'll ban or time you out. Yeah. Q&A at the end. But don't be a red flag, okay? Be nice also in the Q&A. Anonymous doesn't mean you can just say whatever you want. Okay? Yeah. Y'all are all adults. Y'all know what to do. Okay, so I assume that y'all are all grown people and you know what to do, huh? Yeah, Potato will hunt you down. He's in the basement. He's now starving. Yeah. I need like a hammer. Plastic hammer. Are you a grown person? Adults, you're children at heart. Yeah, but children at heart doesn't mean you're immature. Okay, what is the difference between icks and red flags and deal breakers? There's a slight difference, but they can also overlap. Okay, one can turn into another. Yeah, you overestimate us. So like icks, sometimes it's just from the sound of the word ick, right? It's like something disgusting, something gross, small things that you don't like. You're like, it's a turn off. Okay, sometimes you can explain it, sometimes you cannot explain it. It's just I don't know why this turns me off. It could be it's a small thing usually, okay? But if you really, really cannot tolerate it no matter what, right? Like you can't get past it, then it can become a deal breaker. Yeah. Then for red flags, as if you see something red, like a red warning sign, it's like a stop sign or whatever, it's a warning sign. It is, it may or may not indicate unhealthy behavior, toxic behavior, manipulative behavior. You may not even notice it at first, because like maybe you think that it's a one-off thing and then you let it slide. Okay, for example, I think a very common ick or red flag is if you go on a date and the person is rude to the waiter. This is a very common one, right? Then it could be an initial ick, like, ew, this guy is rude to the waiter, right? But maybe, and it could also be a red flag, but you let it slide, like, okay, maybe he's in a bad mood today, whatever, let it slide first time. Then subsequent dates, he's still like that. Then it's not just red flag anymore, it's just a deal breaker, right? Because I'm like, I cannot date somebody who is rude all the time. Okay, just I cannot date someone who is consistently rude and inconsiderate. So it can grow from an ick to a red flag to a deal breaker really fast. Yeah. Yeah. What do you think, Potato? Do you have something, any icks or red flags that off the top of the head you think is very common and like it can be all three all at once?
I think, yeah, before I share some, actually I was reading this article. I'm not
Mm.
sure how certified it is, but basically, right, actually red flags are not something like you mentioned that you don't recognize it at first, right?
Mm.
Because usually red flags are, they are usually fine for you until maybe it has to happen like a couple of times before you start to feel that it's a
Mm.
bad thing. Usually it's associated with like a experience that
Correct.
uh yeah, generally you just are in an uncomfortable position in that experience, and that's why you it becomes a red flag. So originally, that's why most people at the start, they will kind of like treat it as if it's nothing, because
Mm.
it's not a red flag to them. It's just uh something that might be a little out of the ordinary, but because they don't have a bad experience
Mm.
personally, so they don't consider it a red flag. Then it's only after maybe a few times when you start to realize, or you start to see in perspective that it's actually bad, and then it becomes a red flag. So that, yeah, that's what
Correct.
I read on an article.
No,
Yeah,
no, that's
but
very true. Because
yeah,
experience will make you wiser. Yeah,
yep,
and
yep.
also like I think for most people, I think if you already go on a first date with somebody, that means there is already some sort of initial attraction, right? So you kind of think that you have good judgment, or maybe it's also like you want to see the good in people. So most of the time, a lot of things you let it slide first, or you give people another chance, or like I said, maybe you come up with excuses, or that person is in a bad mood today. Yeah. But if you have experiences like what Potato said, then maybe you'll be more aware and, you know, yeah, wary. And Wawap said so many people wear rose tinted glasses. All the red flags look like normal flags. Oh no. We may be old in age, but we are forever young inside. Hey, hi Ace. Hello, hello. Welcome in. Yeah. So icks, right? I think I also read somewhere that icks are considered like yellow or beige flags. Okay, but whatever you want to call it, yeah. Honestly, doesn't matter what you call it, as long as you know what icks mean, but it's just something that turns you off. But honestly, icks can happen at any time during the relationship. A lot of the things that are on social media, they just focus on like the initial, like first meeting, first date. You see this guy, oh, there's an ick straight away, something like that. But actually, it can happen at any time of the relationship. Like when you're already like boyfriend, girlfriend, or maybe when you're already married, you can still find out more about the person and realize, there's an ick, Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's true. Yeah.
Class so dusty. So many days no class. Yeah, it's exactly 1 week. I was sick, guys. I'm still sick, but I can still talk. mm, I'm not so sniffly today, so that's good. If not, wow, we were on like yesterday. I was still 50-50 on, whether I should cancel the stream or not. Yeah, and okay, for red flags also, we also need to be self-aware because nobody is perfect. So you will need to think about yourself, like, are you also exhibiting any kind of unhealthy behavior? Yeah. Well, says it probably still can communicate and work it out. Yes, red flags, deal breakers, yeah, a bit harder. Deal breakers just run really. Yeah.
I mean, not everything cannot be solved. I think with
Mm.
proper communication, you can tone it down to a significant level where it just doesn't affect you as much, and then maybe you can still somewhat live
Mm.
in harmony, or at
Correct.
least there's some peace in it. There's always a solution to something. It's
especially for
really about
icks. Yeah,
it's
if it's
mhm.
an ick, if it's something small, right, it's not so bad. But if it's something super unhealthy, like, or just something you cannot tolerate at all, it's just unacceptable, it clashes with your values, then that one is a deal breaker already. Yeah, if their values and your values don't align and you can never see eye to eye, yeah, then it's very difficult to even actually be together, or maybe sometimes it's even very difficult to be super close friends with that person. Yeah. Oh, get well
Yeah,
soon.
quite possibly.
Thank you, Ace. You have haggle to people you don't people know. Then that is something you are, at least you are aware of, right? Self-aware. Yeah. Okay, we talk more about icks first. Okay, so we are going like one by one. We talk about icks first, then we talk about red flags, then we talk about deal breakers. But again, there's a lot of overlap. Okay, so for icks, right, it can be a physical ick. Like you're like, ew, gross. What they wear is gross. Like maybe they wear Crocs. Some people don't like Crocs. Or like, ew, they wear. Some people don't like it if you wear too much makeup, or you wear too little makeup, or you don't wear makeup. Um, or like it's an ick if you're wearing clothes with holes in them. Or clothes with the wrong size, or clothes where you know your nipples can be seen through the shirt. So it's like, what do you wear? Your facial features, like a beard, a mustache, a unibrow. It could be bad breath, poor personal hygiene, body odor. It can be piercing. Some people don't like nose piercings. I don't know, man. I personally, I'm okay with most of these things, except maybe the, like, you need to at least wear clothes that don't have holes in them. Okay, that's and also personal hygiene is very important, right? Some people don't like messy hair, uncombed hair, or their voice is also, and it could be an ick, like your voice is too high pitched, too low pitched. I don't know. To me, low pitched is great. I don't like high pitched, but like, you know, it's just all these small little things, right? Yeah. So those are the physical icks. Do y'all have any this kind of physical icks? Potato, what do you think?
Uh,
Or maybe you've heard your friends say like, ew, this girl, you know, or this guy. Ew, ick.
I feel like it comes from it usually comes from your lifestyle choices, because at some point, if you maybe you like certain thing, you like to live your life in a certain way, then maybe the other person has a completely opposite lifestyle, it can trigger as an ache for you.
Mm,
So yeah, it is more of something that you kind of are unaware of, but in the
mm.
moment you kind of just get it. Yeah, but generally speaking, I think eggs are fine lah. For me, I feel that uh the way people I don't know how severe this is. Maybe we have different levels of severity. Yeah. So for me is, if you really don't even use your common sense, right? To me, it's kind of an egg there. Like,
Hey, that's true, that's true. Common
I
sense
mean,
is
unless of course if
important.
they are still young or not mature yet, then okay, I can still close one eye. But if you are a mature adult, or at least a working adult, to some extent, for me, you have to use your common sense. You can't just go around doing stupid things and expect people to just go, oh, I think you're just immature. Yeah, that's an ick for me. Quite a
Common
big one, actually.
sense is not that common.
Yeah,
Actually,
you
yeah.
will be surprised, but yeah, it's a thing.
It's very subjective. That's true, Wawa. Crocs with socks. Ew, that's Mewy Paws ick. Should know how to wear. Especially, okay, that's an ick, right? If you wear a shirt with like holes, as in not you no hole don't wear, as in not the holes that are already made for you. Like the kind of holes that make you look like a beggar. Yeah. Or like just the kind of shirt that is not presentable to be worn out anymore. You can still wear it at home lah, but not on a date, right? Yeah. Of course not the shirt for the head and the sleeves. Yeah. But I will especially like, I don't like the way you look, even though it's some genetic health issues that you can't change. That's just That's just mean, I think. Yeah, that's different. It's
Actually, the way
really
to say that, right? There is sometimes people say it because in the moment they just had that feeling and then
mm,
they say it, but then usually lah, we are talking about average people, not like the really crazy ones, but
yeah, yeah.
they will start to realize that, oh, it's a, because some people don't know it's a genetic problem. It could be
Ah.
something, or it could even be a past accident or
Mm,
trauma, and
mm, mm,
because
mm.
you never talked about it and the other party wouldn't know.
Correct.
It's, I guess, a form of respect to not talk about it, but some people, they can be more vocal. They might sound out about it, but they actually don't mean any harm. It's just human nature to differentiate between like what you are and what other people.
Yeah, or
You know,
like what you normally see and what you don't, right? Then you'll be like,
yes,
sometimes it's not that yeah, sometimes it's just you're not used to something yet. For example, if you meet someone like when I was just doing random Google searches on this, right? And then these are some of the things I got from the random Google search, like piercings or tattoos, right? Maybe it's just, for example, nose piercing. Maybe it's just people are not used to it, so to them it's an ick. But actually, after a while, it's like, hey, it grows on me, you know. So it's just an initial ick that they can get over after a while. Yeah, it's just because maybe they don't have friends who have those kinds of piercings. That's about it. Yeah, but there's an initial like, hey, this is unusual and weird. Don't know if I like it. Yeah. Mm. Like what is common
yeah,
sense to one may not be, but some may not experience it when younger. Yeah, then it's not exactly common sense. It's hard to say what is common sense nowadays. uh, I can't stand nose piercing when I look like a bull. Oh, that's another one of your Icks Mui paws. If you want to be a bull, go back to the wild. Oh dear. How about supporting a rival football? Oh, that's definitely an ick. That's the second one. Okay, so just now we were talking about physical icks, right? The second kind of ick, right, is the interests, hobbies, or skills, things like that. So like maybe you might get an ick if you think that, oh, everybody should know how to do certain things, like you should know how to do certain chores, and if the person doesn't know how to do certain chores, you get an ick. Or um like maybe you grew up in a place where everybody knows how to cycle or something, then you meet somebody who doesn't know how to cycle, then you're just like, huh? How come? So weird, right? There's an initial ick. Yeah. Okay, so like can't do something like swim, drive, cycle, chores, I don't know. There's an initial ick if you hear about it, maybe, but like I said, maybe you can get over that. Or maybe if you don't like a certain celebrity or certain kinds of music, or like Felix Cloudy said, you don't like certain football clubs, but the partner likes it, then you will feel an instant ick, right? Like some people just don't like Taylor Swift, for example, right? And I'm sure if they meet somebody who likes Taylor Swift, they will get an ick, okay? Or maybe somebody's hobby is to read their horoscope, or like they believe in astrology and things like that. Then again, they get an ick when they meet somebody who, believes in astrology a lot. Yeah. Or immediately introduces themselves as some with their horoscope sign and things like that. Yeah.
so are those
Feels
your aches?
no.
Like
But
if you
I
meet people who
mhm,
hate Taylor Swift?
hate. Oh yeah. It's more like I was self-aware and recognizing that maybe somebody who meets me, who realizes that I like Taylor Swift, they may not like me if they don't like Taylor Swift. Yeah, but it's not really an ick. It's something that I can get past also. Yeah, because I would say my husband doesn't really like Taylor Swift. My sister also doesn't really like Taylor Swift. But it's fine. Yeah.
Do they dislike or just not like?
Just they're just okay with her, but I think my sister really dislikes her. Yeah.
Okay.
But okay lah. She's my sister. It's okay.
Yeah, so we have a classic example of how even if you have an ache, you can still live with someone.
mm,
Yeah, it really depends on how willing you are to forgive them as well. Because end of the day,
correct.
aches are just something that it's a mild annoyance, but nothing too severe that triggers your daily lifestyle or something.
Yeah, basically not a deal breaker. It's not like I'm going to be talking about Taylor Swift all the time. And it's also, even if people don't like Taylor Swift, I'm not the kind of fan who is always going to like stand up for her, because she doesn't need people standing up for her. Okay? Yeah, so like it's not something that I will, break my relationships. Like, yeah, it's not something that's going to affect my relationships that much, in my opinion. Yeah. But there could be an initial ick if somebody doesn't like cats, for example. Yeah. And that could be a deal breaker actually. But we'll talk about that later. You really cannot stand it. The nose piercing, is it? You don't know how to cycle? Oh no, Wawa doesn't know how to cycle. Potato, do you know how to cycle?
Yes, I do. I grew up learning to cycle because I don't know why, for some reason my parents say it's a good skill to have, because I never really cycled much afterwards.
I know, right? Same.
Yeah.
So I know how to cycle because my father taught me, but doesn't mean I'm good at it. Yeah. I would chase you on a bicycle and fall down sideways. Oh no, Wawa. I know someone who hates Korean pop with a vengeance. I feel like I'm not really into K-pop, but I don't really care if people are, It's not an ick for me. Where's the guest? The guest is the potato. Do you see a potato on the screen? Hi, souls. How are you? Yeah, don't like versus hate. Yeah. Maybe if you hate something, it becomes a deal breaker. Like if you think that, okay, if you hate a celebrity and that celebrity for you represents a lot of values that you don't align with, maybe like, let's say Trump, because he's easy to just talk about, and someone very controversial, then if someone hates Trump versus someone who loves Trump, they can never really see eye to eye, I guess, because the values clash. Yeah. It's not really because of their love or hate for Trump anymore. It's more like the values and the things they believe in. So that is under deal breakers already, if your values don't align. Yeah. I don't have much icks for people. Hey, that's good. That's good. Regarding interest and all that, yeah, they can like whatever they want, right? Like, I don't like Taylor Swift for certain things, but I don't feel like, oh, you like Taylor Swift, banned, cancel. Yeah, that would be such a harsh world. I didn't realize there's a guest. Yeah, Potato is the guest today. It's okay. Now you know. I love cats, but my body's allergic to it. Oh, then that's different. I can stand modifications to the body. Even simple ear piercings ick you. But it's okay if your partner has it, right? Just not on you. Like, for example, I wouldn't get a tattoo. But if my partner has a tattoo, I'm like, sure, whatever, As long as the tattoo is not something like vulgar or violent, like promoting violence or something. If the tattoo is something, like meaningful to that person, I'm like, yeah, whatever.
If they tattoo you on them.
That's a bit much, but okay. I wouldn't expect that, or I wouldn't. It's kind of, because it's kind of permanent. Actually, I wouldn't want that, but it's kind of sweet, I guess.
Something meaningful on them.
Yeah, it is. But what if, break up, then, oh no.
Yeah. There's a lot of combinations of things that sometimes it becomes an ick, but because it's done in a special way, suddenly it becomes acceptable.
Yeah, correct.
So it's very subjective and no shame about it, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, medical reasons is different. Would something be an ick for an average person but not an ick for a really attractive one?
That sounds more like an appearance thing.
Right. That's more like personal preference, I guess. It depends how superficial that person is already. Yeah. But that would be maybe another conversation. Yeah. And maybe if that person is that superficial, we may not, that might fall under like physical icks also. Yeah. So maybe a really attractive person, or maybe not an attractive person, sorry, a very superficial person may think that a lot of things are icky about a person who to them in their eyes is not that attractive. Yeah, but then that's because they are superficial, right? I have 2 tattoos. I have a tat one. Oh my god, wow. Just want to clarify though, it triggers my tripo. Oh, I know that's the fear of the like holes, like the pattern.
Many holes.
Yeah, like honeycomb. Yeah, but I do respect the art. Oh, okay. So as long as it's not that, but that's different. That's a phobia. Yeah. Hmm. It's a broad coverage, but I respect the person for who they are. That doesn't. Yeah, we all see art differently. Hey, that's true. That's true. Okay, the last kind of ick, right, is behavior. Okay, like you know, the way somebody behaves. Like it could just be a very weird thing. Like some people get icks for the weirdest things. Okay, like maybe just the way somebody talks or walks or sings or text messages. Okay, so like it could be a behavior like maybe not offering to pay on the date, like, or at least pretending, you know, doing the check dance. This is, if you watch How I Met Your Mother, that's what Ted Mosby says in How I Met Your Mother. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna pay, but the girl has to at least do the check dance. Yeah, which is like at least offer, but he's gonna be like, no, you know. So that's the check dance. Texting, like maybe using too much slang, too many acronyms, that could be an ick if you don't like that sort of thing. Habits like drinking, smoking could be an ick. Okay, maybe you just think this person drinks a lot, but not to the point of addiction. I think addiction might be a red flag or deal breaker already. I'm just saying like habits like drinking or smoking. Maybe you don't like those things. Or biting fingernails, like things that are considered bad habits. Using phone too much on a date. Posting too much on social media. Acting like you know everything. Throwing a tantrum, being rude. Just now I say already, being rude to other people, whining, all these things lah. Just random things that I can think of. Those are all like behavioral icks. Yeah. Gen Z lingo is a total ick. Slay.
Actually, yeah, it's a very. It seems
Oh
like a
no.
very common ick for at least because my generation. I'm technically a millennial, I think.
You're like half potato.
Yeah, I'm like
You're on the like.
at the start. I'm between the millennial and
Correct.
Gen Z. Yeah,
You
so I
are
never got
a
into the Gen Z slangs and.
you are a zillennial. Have you heard of that before?
There's a thing.
Yeah, that's a thing. You are a zillennial. You are half. Neither here nor there.
But they were saying in like Singapore, usually they start a bit later because normally these things are influenced by technology and advancements, and because most of the advancements they are from the US, it takes a while before Singapore adopts them. So like in the case of Singapore, right, we technically maybe we have to delay a few years. Because
but
that's
now,
when the
I think it's
hit
very
faster.
fast already in terms of like slang.
Yeah, but at that point where you're maybe moving between millennial and Gen Z, it can be said that for us it will be delayed by a couple of years. Yeah.
So yeah, but now you know a new term, guys, zillennial. They even have like a category for zillennials, and they say that zillennials are the people who don't really identify with millennials, especially older millennials. Like they don't have experience with like cassettes or those kind of super old technology, but they also don't really get Gen Z, so like they're in the middle. Does that describe you?
Actually quite true.
Then you're a zillennial. Yeah.
I'm a bit different because I have exposure to cassettes, not because I use them like for my lifestyle, but because I work in a media company at one point, and they deal with cassettes.
Oh,
that's
even
the
when
only reason why I use cassettes.
Even when you became like a working adult, they still use cassettes.
No, like this was I think this was my first job after my O-levels.
Like part-time job, internship, that kind of thing.
Yeah, part-time job.
Okay.
So I dealt with cassettes even though the era is over.
Yeah,
my era is
that's so
the
surprising
era.
because I wouldn't expect, like, usually I expect older people to, but not younger people. Oh, wait, I missed out something. Some people very about horoscope, like they say I'll never date us. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. That could be an ick if you hear someone say that, because you'll be like, then what about me? Why don't you want to date me? I'm from that horoscope. Yeah. Whining is an ick, but I do it too. Yes, Mui Paul, same. Whining is an ick for me, but I do it too. So it's kind of like, can I really consider that an ick? No, right? So like I get past it. Yeah.
So we are all hypocrites.
A bit hypocritical, yes. But it's like cannot be consistent whining, right? Cannot be too much. Like whining is a bit of an ick for me, but it's okay. I will deal with it. I will tolerate it. But if it's too much, then yeah. Let them cook. They're not actually cooking. Oh. If they're
That's
super
Gen Z slang.
yeah, there's a lot of Gen Z slang that I don't get. Yeah, but oh well,
I'm
yeah.
slowly picking up on them as well. I
Slowly.
think you can pick up on quite a lot of them on social medias, especially.
Gen Alpha is worse though, the slang.
Wait, Gen Alpha is the current gen, is it?
Like the even younger kids. Mm.
I haven't have exposure to that. Hopefully I don't have to expose myself too much to it.
Yeah, they haven't graduated yet. It's okay. Those particular about their star sign just sigh. Unless they're really cooking, let them cook. Gen Zs are chefs. I'm sorry, it is so funny. I mean, the prehistoric era. A lot of Gen Zs are chefs. They are really good chefs. Eating and leaving no crumbs. Oh my god, all the slang is out. This stream is buzzing. Oh man. You know, I kind of know what all those things mean, sadly.
Yeah, on social media too much. We just kind of picked it up
These like words
eventually.
are everywhere. But I feel like if you start using it, they're gonna be like, ew, the millennial is using it. Cringe. Yeah. Speaking of horoscope, I don't like how people judge compatibility. That's true, you know. I would do this, you know, horoscope compatibility thing for fun though. It's for fun. I don't take it seriously. I used to like look it up for fun, just to read and laugh about it. Or sometimes it's like, oh, some parts make sense and some parts don't, and that's usually the case for all horoscope stuff. But it's just for fun. If they take it like too seriously to the point that they totally don't date any, for example, water signs at all, then it's kind of like, why are you limiting yourself? You know, like why? I love to whine, but what says mainly because if I whine, then I don't hold my aggression too much. Dilulu is so lulu. Oh, actually, I'm kind of like, yeah. Some of the slang words are kind of, how to say, entertaining. Dilulu is the salulu, yeah. That one quite funny. I mean, I wouldn't use it lah, but you know, I just see it on social media and I laugh. I appreciate some Gen Z humor from time to time. Like I know that in the past, if I hold into my emotions too much, later 爆 erupt 爆炸. Wawap is very self-aware. I like that about Wawap, yeah. So instead of 爆炸 you whine. That's good. Hopefully I don't expose myself too much. Potato. That makes sense. Hello. Better whine, vent, tahan, then later boleh tahan, yeah. Sorry, what you want to say?
No, they're trying to twist my words.
What? It is excessive use of memes. You hate memes. Oh no. Do you trust horoscopes more or love calculator? Neither. It's just for fun. Time to put pager code and test ST. Oh, I don't know how to use a pager. My father used a pager. I didn't know how to. Like, I don't get it.
Pager was the boomer era.
Yeah, boomer era. Boomers used
Yeah.
it. Someone praising another person for being goat. Greatest of all time. And getting scolded by another person who thought it was an insult. Oh yeah, I've seen that before. Like someone say you're the goat, then it's like, how? Why do you call me an animal? Then they scold each other. It's so stupid. I won't ever try telling my boss, hey boss, I came up with a salulu. Cannot. Hi Eddie Meow. Hello. You go lurk. Hey, thank you all for being here. Yeah, see you later if you come back. 5201314. It's all the like all to do with love stuff. But yeah, okay. Y'all know what is my ick, right? I thought about this before. My ick is it's very lame, guys. My ick is if somebody likes to eat Subway sandwiches.
What's
Because
wrong with that?
yeah, I know there's nothing wrong with that. So that's why it's an ick. Like if someone is like, hey, let's go and eat Subway, I'm like, ew, I don't want to eat Subway. Cause you know, of my I told the story before during like story time or journal when someone redeemed I think it's Ahak Fin if he's still here. Someone redeemed story time. And then I told you guys about my ex-boyfriend who made me eat Subway sandwiches for two weeks. 2 weeks because there were coupons for 2 weeks, and then I got sick of Subway sandwiches, and that was the worst ex-boyfriend I ever had. So after that, I look at Subway totally different. And if you ask me to eat Subway sandwiches, I'm like, no, that's an ick. But I know it's just an ick, and I know it doesn't mean anything bad about the person who asked me to eat Subway sandwiches. I know it's me. My ick is based on my experience. Like on a previous slide, it says sometimes the icks can be explained. Sometimes it cannot be explained. Like you don't know why this person does this. You don't know why when this person does this thing you feel icky. But for my ick, I'm very clear. I know why if someone asks me to go and eat Subway sandwiches with them, I feel the ick. But I know it is irrational. And so I again can, get past this ick. Subway is never gonna sponsor me, yeah, it's okay. It's okay.
Maybe you get the Subway sponsorship and then suddenly you like Subway again.
Yeah, maybe if I get Subway sponsorship, yeah, the ick is gone. It can help me overcome my ick.
With a good enough motivation, it will triumph any icks or maybe even deal breakers. Yeah. Time to contact Subway, corporate email, let's go.
That sounds so funny. How many ST have said the word ick? Huh? Ick? No, ick. But yeah, that's just my ick, because it just reminds me of the Subway X, okay, that I mentioned before. But yeah, so that's why you need to think. This brings me to my next slide, okay, that because are icks really just icks? You need to or does it mean something about you more than the other person? Because if let's say you're on this like first date, first time, you may not know anything about the person, but you are just already assuming that the person is icky just because he or she chose to wear a certain shirt that day or something. So like that's why that brings me to the first point. So I know that my brain is incorrectly associating Subway with my ex-boyfriend. Yeah. So maybe it could be your previous relationship. You need to think about it, like, why do I have this ick? Is it because of my previous relationship? Is it a previous negative experience that makes your brain, yeah, like that? Okay. And then the second thing you need to ask yourself is it really an ick, or are you the problem? Like, are you afraid of commitment, or are you just finding an excuse to run away, to leave before becoming too invested in this relationship? Maybe you have a fear of commitment, things like that. Okay, but sometimes it could be a gut feeling, intuition, okay? Like sometimes you have an ick because it's really, there's something like your natural defense mechanism is telling you to stay away from this person for some reason. It's like survival instinct. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, that could be one possible reason for the ick. Okay, other icks could be, again, you must ask yourself, is it me? Is it like, I think this person puts on too much makeup and she looks too pretty, and that's an ick for me. But maybe it's, again, nothing to do with her, it's more to do with me. I have the ick because I lack self-confidence. I feel unaware, not unaware, like inadequate, sorry, or like I'm unaware of my own insecurities. And the last thing about icks, it could be you're thinking like, is it really an ick, or are my expectations too high? I'm chasing a fantasy. Yeah. So is it this is linked to the first episode, okay? Like, yeah, maybe your expectations are too high because you watch a lot of Korean dramas and fairy tales, and there's, is there such thing as the one? Like everything is icky because just because this person doesn't look like Prince Charming or something, or doesn't behave like Prince Charming or something like that. Yeah. Potato, do you have any icks to share? Like my subway thing.
I record a couple of gigs. It's quite mild, but come to think about it, right, it never really annoyed me until I thought about it
Mm.
recently. So one of it I see quite recently is, you know how nowadays when people text, they like to use short forms, they like to use uh like lowercase everything,
Mm.
and sometimes there's the apostrophe, but they don't put that
Ah.
because they want to type fast.
Mm.
It's kind of an ick to me. It's a mild annoyance, but I don't hate that person whatsoever. Just I cannot explain why, but I just
Mm.
don't like the idea of having short forms and incomplete sentences, and
Ah.
slangs are sometimes all right, but yeah, I just don't exactly like it. But then
Oh
I'm
no.
it's not to the point where I will confront the guy and like tell them, you need to start your sentences with a caps.
Capital
And
letter.
yeah, yes.
Hey, Potato, then you can take over my job already, be an English teacher. Type
uh
properly. Full sentences. Where's your full stop? Where's your apostrophe?
but that's because they are it's an official like test or something. They have to do it in the official
Yeah.
manner, in a
Mm.
formal scenario. But in a casual scenario, usually people are more open to
Yeah, more
just whatever.
chill.
But I
Mm.
just can't get by it lah. So that's one of my aches. It's
Yeah,
not too bad. It's not too
mm,
bad.
I
Yeah.
feel like if that sort of I see that sort of message, and if it's not from my super close friend, maybe it's from someone whom I work with, like a
Yeah.
colleague, then yeah, maybe it'll be an ick actually. Yeah. In a formal setting like what you said, right? Maybe if I get that kind of message from my boss, I'm just like, ugh. Why don't you text me properly? Yeah. It's like a work chat or like a group chat with all your coworkers in it, that sort of thing. I feel like, especially if you are talking about some job related stuff, work related stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Potato, what if you really have to finish the text in a word limit? Oh, you mean like Twitter? There's a limit to the number of characters? Or like last time, when you send SMS, if you type too much, then it becomes two SMSs. And last time SMSs were really, really precious to us because we only had like, I don't know, a few hundred SMSs free. Then like, so it's asking, then can you accept short forms, or what kind of short forms can you accept?
Uh short trying to be short and concise with your messaging is a good thing. And
Mm.
also, I mean, I was in the era where, like what you mentioned, there's a limitation to your messages because there's a character limit, and then there is the cost of it, which is actually quite expensive. So I think for me, if it was in a limit and you're really like it's a hard limit, just get to the point. Don't do any roundabout nonsense where you go and say hi, how are you, the weather's been fine, do you want to go for,
Oh,
yeah,
eh, eh,
just
eh.
get straight to the point. Just say, do you want to go somewhere, or do you want to do something?
This
I think,
small talk is also an
yeah,
ick. Some people don't
yeah.
like small talk. Some people don't like it if you ask them, "Hey, how are you? How's the weather?" Things like that. Even though in some cultures or in some countries, or to some people, maybe especially if yeah, they think that small talk is a way to make friends and stuff like that. Yeah, maybe they like small talk. But I think to a lot of introverts, small talk is a bit icky because we are awkward and we
Yeah.
don't know what to say. Yeah, or we are like this conversation is yeah, not that meaningful if we are just stuck at small talk. But hi, them Daryls, thank you for the love, thank you for being here. Expensive
But I
message, yeah.
think that for me as well, right, I hate it, but I still use short forms from time to time, like
Mm.
especially when you want to get the message out fast, or you just want to reply something when you for me at least, when I use a short form for a good enough amount of times, right, I just kind of get used to it, and it's all right. But once in a while, I still kind of nitpick on it and just go, I hate this.
And
But
type it out.
more like you get used to it, and then it starts to be much better. But at the start, when you maybe are first exposed to it, it feels a little odd.
Yeah, you
Or
need to
if
get used to it.
yeah,
So it's
or if you are trying to fit into other people, you have to use it as well.
correct. So I feel like
Yeah.
it's kind of like, yeah, an ick initially, but also something you can get past, you can get used to it. Like sometimes it's also kind of, for me, it's a bit of an ick sometimes. If somebody, I think because I'm very particular about grammar as an English teacher. So if you use short forms or like slang, it's fine as long as it's all grammatical. Yeah. If it's ungrammatical, it's a bit of an ick for me. Yeah. There is like Singlish that is acceptable in terms of Singlish that is still grammatical to me. Yeah.
Actually, speaking of Singlish, I also have a slight ick for Singlish.
Singlish.
I
Oh
try to avoid,
no.
because for some reason, I think this was because of my growing up process. I was more exposed to the non-locals. I was usually like, in the past, I was playing games online with overseas people that are
Ah,
not,
okay.
that doesn't know anything about Singlish. And but the thing is,
Oh.
sometimes they couldn't understand what you're saying because you're speaking in
Oh.
Singlish. And then ever since then, it just became an ick, and I also try to avoid Singlish. But from time to time, it happens because it's your culture.
Correct. But I
Uh,
mean, it is interesting. That means that you, because of the way you grew up, then you are more aware
yeah,
of how you need to code switch, because some people are not very aware about how you cannot use Singlish in certain situations, and they don't know how to
yes.
switch. Yeah. They just use English for everything. Oh my god, yes, I'll be okay with small talk like how's things if it's a friend I contact often. But if it's someone who hasn't contacted me for 5 years, goes how's things? Yeah, then it's like a bit sus. Like, what do you want from me? you know? Yeah, I get that. There's once I have a coworker, he in real life don't talk at all, but in group chat literally essaying. Oh my gosh. Maybe that means that person is not comfortable talking in real life. Like, yeah, like an introvert. But some people just feel more comfortable texting. Yeah. Sounds
Yeah.
like MLM, yeah, or insurance or something. Unfortunately,
Oh, I
it's
want to add one last point.
okay.
After we had all this talk about icks, right? It made me realize one thing. It seems right, icks are less on uh relationship, but more on just communication in general, or just
Mm,
like just with people in general. It's not actually, a lot of icks are not too focused on relationships from what I see.
mm.
It's more of just how you live with others and how
And
you
how you present
can.
yourself. Yeah.
Yes. So yeah, it's actually quite interesting that you come to think about it, when you're in a relationship, probably you will start to ignore some of your icks because you will start to
Mm,
feel that it's acceptable since you have to compromise for your partner.
correct. And you'll get used to it. Some of these, like, it's just small little things that maybe people do, these small little things because that's just how they are. And you'll just move on because it's not super important. It doesn't super like affect your life or relationship. Yeah.
Yeah. And we are maybe more biased when we have a partner, and we are
Correct.
biased to them. Yeah.
Yeah. Very long text is, yeah, it's kind of ick if it's a very, very, very long text, if it's an essay, because a text is meant to be just a text, not an essay. Yeah, unless it's like super important work stuff, and maybe that's more acceptable. But if it's just a conversation like between friends or someone whom you're trying to get to know, then an essay is like, why?
But it
Imagine.
comes down to, right, like, would you
Mm.
rather have a long essay or someone spamming 20 messages of short
Ah,
messages,
that
right?
can also be an ick, right? If somebody doesn't like receiving a lot of messages all at once.
Yes. Yeah.
True. So it depends. You need to get to know that person and then, see what they prefer. Mm. Or like maybe if it's your texting style, yeah, somebody can if you really don't like it, but it doesn't really affect your relationship, you can just ignore it, or maybe just tell the person, hey, can you like text me all at once? Or you can tell the person, hey, can you like not text me all at once? Don't write me an essay. It's just like what Potato said, communication. A lot of these things, communication is
Yeah.
key. Imagine you off day, then one chunk of text come in. I thought, what happens? Yeah, like some very important, I don't know, emergency. Like, you know, if someone types like this, souls is giving. Yeah. I would do that if I want to annoy people. This is on purpose, you know, like last time you do on MSN Messenger, you type one word each message so that they keep getting notifications from you. It's to annoy people. Okay, I have one example, right? Like, okay, there was once I was talking to a guy. Then I was joking with the guy, okay? I told the guy, right? It's a privilege for you to like talk to me or spend time with me. So it was a joke. Okay? And then the guy said it was an ick. What do y'all think? Like, I was joking though. I was saying it's like, you know, a privilege or your honor to hang out with me or whatever. But it's a joke. Then he said it was an ick. Then to me, okay, well, you're telling me what you think, or maybe you're talking about something else. But to me, right, I'm like, how can that be an ick? You're just turned off by my joke or my confidence. So that is saying something about you. Actually, not so much about me. Yeah. Another ick from me is someone who doesn't stop messaging me when I really say I want to be left alone. Yeah. So if you already told somebody that you want to be left alone and you already communicated that, yeah, if they don't respect your boundaries, that is a huge ick and could even be a red flag to me. That doesn't sound like a funny joke. It's, you know, to me it was a joke because when I was in school, my friends and I would joke with one another and say like, you know, it is an honor to talk to you, you know, like as if because you know in secondary school, right, we learned about like how to write speeches or situational writing and things like that, right? Then you always have to say at the start of your speech, you always have to say something like, good morning everybody in school, it is my honor here to be standing in front of you today to say this speech or whatever. So it just became a joke between me and my friends. Yeah, so to me it's just a joke if I say something like, it is your privilege or honor to hang out with me. Yeah, but it's just a joke. And then the person said it was an ick, and I was like, huh? Yeah. So
Maybe
I
they
was,
don't view you at the same level as you view them.
yeah, I think it's
Yeah.
just chemistry is off also. Yeah.
Yep.
If they find it an ick, then yeah, it's, I guess it's an ick to them. But to me it's like that person is not confident enough to banter with me or to joke back, or not comfortable enough to do that. Maybe that's why it's an ick. Yeah. But to me it's I feel like I was just joking and being confident. Yeah. You appreciate the humor, but I'm not your friend. No, I'm talking about that situation. I didn't say it to you, that makes sense. I think you're fine. Ultimately, he's probably fine. What went wrong was the lack of tone. Yeah, in text. Correct. So maybe in hindsight, I should have put like ha 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 a lot more or something. Or like put a sticker and emoji.
Emoji face always negates any negative emotions.
Correct. That's true. My friend, I used to joke about how dumb one of us is by don't think a new person. True. But this person, I thought we were close. That's why I would joke like that. Yeah. So, I don't know. It could be, to me, it was like, because the person is close to me, so I'm like, I think it's your confidence issues. Yeah. And I know that because that person told me before. Yeah. And another huge ick. Sorry, I have a lot of experiences to share suddenly. So we are here for a while. But just one more experience, okay? One more example is there was once my secondary school friends hung out with me, and one of them brought her boyfriend over. So we were all hanging out with this new guy because it's her boyfriend. We are seeing her boyfriend for the first time. And I thought, and all of us thought everything went well, right? But after the gathering of secondary school friends, after the gathering, right, this girl came to tell me that her boyfriend didn't like us. Then I was like, why didn't your boyfriend like us? Then apparently he was somehow, according to my friend, because I didn't actually talk to the guy, okay? According to my friend, he didn't like us just because we were doing okay and we seemed like happy and normal and successful people. And I guess again this is about feeling inadequate. Because we didn't say or do anything wrong. He just somehow had an ick or disliked us because we seem to be doing fine. And he himself at that time wasn't doing well in terms of he had no job. So it was just he was feeling very inadequate. And because of that, he went to tell his girlfriend that he didn't like his girlfriend's friends, which is me and my friends. And then he started a fight with her. So it's like, before you say that you don't like somebody else, or you find your girlfriend's friends icky or something like that, maybe you should look at yourself first. You know what I mean? Like
Sometimes,
maybe
yeah. Sometimes maybe the problem isn't the people around you, but you might be the problem.
Yeah, you need to be more aware. But I think y'all keep saying things like, you're quite self-aware. I think y'all say things to show your self-awareness, so I think that's good. But that guy, unfortunately, in the end, my friend ended up breaking up with him because, yeah, too many red flags. Whenever I text others, I will use emo, save me from embarrassing situations. Yeah, I should do that more. Why does he need to do a comparison? Feels weird. Yeah, correct, right? And especially it was like the first time we met this guy. Yeah. It's like he was already judging us. And it's so strange because like, just work on yourself. You don't need to compare, you don't need to be judging us, and you should be happy your girlfriend has friends, right? And she wants to show you off to her friends, so I don't know what was his deal, but I don't know how on earth this ended up being a huge fight for them just because he didn't like her friends, which is me and my other friends. But I would say he is the red flag and he is the strange one, and Shadow also wanted to scratch him, so like, that's all that matters to me.
Even the cats figure out something is wrong with him.
Yeah, even the cat finds him an ick, so that to me is a big indicator. I think it's common to not want people around you to succeed. Insecurity, correct, but you cannot be like that and just pick a fight with someone just because of your own insecurities. You need to, work on yourself. Yeah, it was the right thing for her to break up with him. Yeah, I agree. Like, he didn't give me the ick at all, but after she told me what happened, I'm just like, nah. So when you text, there's only sweet dreams, not sweet dreams, right? Like, together, I type sweet dreams to a female friend and I corrected the sweetheart. Oh no. Oh, then what happened? Oh my gosh. Okay, we're moving on to red flags that can also be deal breakers. There's a lot of overlap, okay? So Icks, not so bad, like small things. But red flags and deal breakers, there's a ton of overlap. Yeah, because to some people, red flags, these red flags that I'm listing out here can also be deal breakers. And to some people, yeah, they could be the same thing. Depends again on your previous experiences. It's very subjective, okay? That's why if you type !Q&A, you can fill in the form and tell me what you consider red flags or icks or deal breakers, because it's really, really subjective. Yeah, we are close friends, so she understood it as a typo. Oh, okay. Yeah, correct it immediately. And sometimes you can unsend things immediately if that person hasn't seen it yet, or you can edit it. Yeah, you can edit it straight away. So yeah. Hi, Sining. Hello, how are you? Half of Singapore's flag. Are you talking about the color combi we have today, red and white? Singapore flag. These are some red flags. Again, I just randomly do like a search online, and these are like the very, very common ones that people consider red flags. Okay. Yeah, so sorry, I have to clear my throat. Okay, we just start from the left side. Left side, love bombing is like doing stuff that's over the top, coming on too strong, like saying I love you too quickly, giving a lot of like super expensive gifts which make you feel uncomfortable, and later on, love bombing, right, could be really bad if later on they use it to manipulate you and make you feel guilty and say things like, oh, I did this for you, I paid for a bunch of stuff for you, blah blah blah, and then they make you feel guilty, so you will want to stick around longer. So it can be love bombing. That's why love bombing can be a red flag if it leads to manipulation, especially. But you're always uncomfortable. Why? Ranger, are you okay? Sini, how are you? How are you? And the second one below that is controlling behavior, which to me is also a deal breaker. So like I said, can overlap. Yeah. They controlling, they want things their way. Maybe they want to control you. They tell you what you can and cannot do, what you should do. And they want you to follow their advice even though maybe you didn't even ask for their advice, or maybe you don't think their advice is very good, but they think that you should do a certain thing. So like, yeah, potato blocking. Okay, I move potato here.
I'm blocking the anger issues.
Yeah, so yeah, no, now it's okay. Potato not blocking already. Is that okay? I'm good. How are you doing? I'm good. I just have a bit of a cough today. Sorry, guys. So if I mute myself to cough, y'all know I'm coughing, right? You can see my face. You know what I'm doing. Yeah. Gaslighting is a huge red flag. Correct. Gaslighting. Oh my god. I feel like gaslighting is both a red flag and also could be a deal breaker, right? Ugh. Watcher, the slide today give me OCD cause the red in different tone. Is that an ick? Yeah, it can be an ick. Yeah. This slide template came like that though. I didn't change the colors myself. It was already like that. But I thought I would just go with the template because I thought the template is supposed to be like, you know, the best colors already. Like the default is the best for most people. But I guess Ace doesn't like it, which is fine. Thank you for the hydrate, Ace.
We developed a new ick from him.
Oh no, don't develop the ick for my slides. And the being dishonest is very tricky, don't lie. Absolutely don't, but you also don't have to empty your entire history and preferences to the person. Yeah, that's true. Especially, you know, if you just got to know that person, right? Like, there are some things that you only tell people later on if you are very serious with that person, or like you have gotten really close to that person. Yeah, so but yeah, just don't be outright dishonest also, right? If you don't tell everything to that person, like your entire dating history, you don't have to say that immediately, right? But just don't be dishonest also. Yeah, if they ask, then you can tell them, right? But if it's kind of strange also if you don't ask and then that person just tells you everything, I guess. Get well soon, thank you. Calling Cher is an ick for me, I know. Dark red and mid-tone then light red. I guess it is to differentiate the different points. Like if you see the dishonest one is a beige tone and then it's linked to that beige semicircle thing with the crossing your fingers which shows lying. I've never lied in your life. Hey, that there is a lie. Everyone has lied. I have experiences with controlling behavior and dishonest guys. So those are huge red flags and also deal breakers for me based on my experience. Yeah. Ask me my bank account password, I won't tell you, not even my future. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna. My husband doesn't know my bank account password. Please don't share your bank account password with anybody. Like, okay, That's the thing. If your partner is super controlling and they want your passwords, that's also red flag / deal breaker. Cause you need to have your own privacy. Okay? You cannot just everything is given up to that other person. No. Yeah.
They
Why
call
if
it have a life.
yeah, I have your own life.
Yeah.
Yeah. You guys are still your own individual selves, okay? You have not merged and fused into one entity. No. You have your own life, you have your own privacy. Yeah. What if he is dishonest? Okay, that's different. If he's dishonest to give you a surprise, that's different because it's like you are dishonest about a small thing that is not important. You know what I mean?
Like a white lie.
Yeah. But if you are lying about everything, like even if you are when I wrote there like you're lying about small stuff, I mean like you are a habitual liar, you're lying consistently, you and compulsively and all the time, then there's something wrong. Right or not? Something wrong. Or like you lie so much that you cannot keep track of the lies and you maybe you even seem like a different person, then that's very bad. Yeah, that's a huge red flag. The sad part of that topic on controlling behavior is the more you give in, the more they'll ask. Correct. Okay, so wait, we go back a bit to controlling behavior because I have my very awesome Subway ex to talk about who made me eat Subway for 2 weeks, which is already controlling behavior because he told me what to eat, right? So he told me what to wear, what to eat, what time to sleep, who I can talk to, who I can go out with, who should be my friend, things like that. So he's trying to control every aspect of my life, which is, of course, when I wasn't his girlfriend yet, I didn't know he was such a person. So the red flags only came out later on, right? In the relationship, like after we've been together for a few months. Yeah. What if the lie was a prank? Oh, then that's different. Like becoming beholden to the person and eventually even feeling like we owe that person everything when we don't. Yeah, that's very manipulative also. Yeah. Do y'all have potato, do you have any experience? Hopefully not with controlling people or dishonest people,
Uh,
or maybe your friends have experience like you heard things from people. I don't know.
I'll be honest, at my past relationship, I was a bit controlling.
Mm.
Not too much, but I would say I identify and I was aware that I was controlling.
Mm.
And that was one of the reasons for the breakup. But from there, you just carry on, find out what's wrong, try to fix the way you are and go on to be a better person.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's why I was saying I like you guys who are very self-aware in chat, and also potato, because like you need to learn from their experiences. So my that ex who was very controlling, cannot in the end he told me to do this, do that. In the end I just didn't obey his rules. Like you cannot force someone or control someone. You have to realize that nobody can be controlled. Like you cannot, like, even sometimes ourselves, we cannot control ourselves. We lack self-control. We are just scrolling on our phones all day. Or even if you try to so-called control your pet, like you try to train your pet, even then you cannot have control over your pets, right? So what more another human? Yeah. It happened to my friend. She was quite sad. Her boyfriend demanded her to give him her Steam password to check conversations. Oh my god, it's just Steam. What kind of conversations could she possibly be having other than like, hey, online, want to play game? That's some conversation. Oh no, that's so bad.
But some of these red flags are actually quite common that you see in people. I feel like there's probably some you can associate with some form of societal issue that causes all these red flags, because it's very common in people, and like almost everyone who had gone through a breakup have one of these 6 red flags. It's
Correct.
the real common one. Actually, I think a lot of them have at least 2. So
Yeah.
yeah, would be quite interesting to know like what stems out all these issues, right? Maybe you should go read out on it sometimes.
Like, what is the cause, is it, for all these
Yeah, like
things?
what's the cause? Like, because I'm sure you have probably seen a lot of people, a lot of breakups, and you have talked to people who have broken up, or maybe it's your own personal experience. You probably could at least point out one of the reasons for the failure of the relationship is one of these red flags over here.
Correct. For me, right, the ex that's very controlling, it was his first relationship. And
Oh,
also he seems to want me to be a different person. He wanted me to be something that I wasn't. It's quite clear, because I was the one who confessed to him, and he was the one who was not so into me. So it was quite clear that he had a different version in his head of what a girlfriend should be like. And so it was very bad for me. I was in a very bad place. Yeah. So I know why and how that went down I would
he
say.
felt more superior because you were the one
Yeah,
who confessed and not him.
correct. And also he has an idealized version of a relationship, when yeah, it's just a fantasy. Because like I said, first relationship, right? So maybe he's holding on to these ideals and um fantasy, perfect romance kind of thing. So he wants that to happen, but reality is very different. Reality is, I'm I'm not like the, you are not my first boyfriend. I'm going to have like guy friends I want to talk to, things like that. But he's like, no, you have to only talk to me, or you cannot hang out with your guy friends, things like that. You have to wear these certain clothes because I want you to look like this. So it was just a huge clash. Yeah. Mm. But that's for him. That's the cause.
Feels like
Yeah.
the same for me actually.
Really?
Yeah. Actually that could be one of the main reasons. Like we are all immature. We don't
mm,
really have a idea what's going on. We are all just trying things out. Then
mm.
at some point we might have overstepped our boundaries,
Boundaries,
and
yeah. And then from there, it's
yes.
okay lah. We learn and we grow. Yeah. So
Yeah.
from that, hopefully, I don't know, but hopefully he learned something. But I learned that I need to set my boundaries also. And if somebody is like that to me, I'm just like, bye. Yeah. So yeah, bye to Subway sponsor. Even if he no longer trusts her, he trusts her, he has no right. Correct. Okay, so the thing about passwords is you don't even trust that person, right? Like, why must you look through her conversations, his or her conversations? Like, it's doesn't make sense. You need to, if there's no trust, how do you even have a relationship, right? Yeah. He also demanded home address, etc. Huh? Oh, ended the relationship. Okay, yeah. Oh, I hope so. And it's long distance. Okay, maybe long distance also makes him more insecure. Yeah. But still, it's still not an excuse. Thank you for the hydrate. I need to hydrate. She shared with me that he was very different in real life. That's very strange, very sweet and all that, but true colors online, oh gosh. That's very bad, because like that's kind of like, then which one are you? I will be very confused, because you are portraying two different versions of you, and they are very disparate, or like separate entities, very different. And so I would be freaking confused by this person, which is not a good feeling to have, right? The person you want to be with is the person who gives you good vibes, okay, or makes you feel happy and safe and secure. If he is not making her feel happy, safe, and secure, then like, bye. Bye bye. Yeah. I hear Subway. Yeah, talking about Subway X. Yeah, it rings a lot of alarm bells. A lot of red flags there. I'm so sorry to hear about your friend. Okay,
Is he
this
one of the more significant red flag stories you have?
Yeah, yeah. Correct. He's a major red flag. Yeah. Okay, but I have another story, different. Okay, another story is the dishonest one. We are still on the left hand side column, by the way. Oh, thank you for the follow, Black Pearl milk tea. Ooh, milk tea. Now you want me to drink boba. Now you got me craving for boba. Okay, another mini story I have is the dishonesty. There was this guy, because we were hanging out with mutual friends, and um at that point in my life I was like, I don't want to be the first girlfriend for guys anymore. So I was at a point in time, I was very sick of it. I was like, if I'm the first girlfriend for all these guys, right, they become very jealous and possessive and blah blah blah. I cannot handle it. I want a guy who has experience. That's what I was telling my friends. And then this guy was there, and he heard it, and he liked me. So he came up with a huge lie, and that basically, in this huge lie, he claimed that he had many ex-girlfriends just because I said casually in a conversation that I wanted a guy with experience. He even wrote an entire blog post about his fake past relationships to get me to wanna date him, in a sense that like he meets my standards, in a sense that he is a guy with experience. And then I fell for it. I thought that it was real. I thought he really had all these ex-girlfriends. Like, I think he claimed that he had 2 ex-girlfriends, and I fell for it. And then later he told me that it was a lie, and I felt super like pissed off that I fell for it. And it's just, why would you lie about that? If you have no experience, just say you have no experience, okay? Like, it's just a thing that I said casually in a conversation. It's just out of frustration with my past relationships. It doesn't mean you have to concoct a lie, okay? Yeah, she's not a saint, but just want to share it. Okay, yeah, it's a good example of, you know, red flags in a relationship, and everybody can learn from that experience. So will we pause? Yeah, thank you for sharing, so soon. Yeah, thank you for sharing.
But was this when you guys were like adults or still
I would say we
teenagers?
were teenagers still, almost adults. But
Okay.
like, to me, it's like, because if you're at the age where you're considered legal already, but not fully, you cannot vote yet, but you are considered legal, sort of, then it's kind of like, why must you concoct a huge, like, it's kind of funny, yeah, because in a way he's trying to impress me or woo me or whatever, right? But not in that way, please, you're doing it wrong. Like, please don't do this kind of thing, okay? Like, and it's so much effort, okay? It's so much effort, legal but not illegal. Like, you can drive, you can do certain things, right? Like, those things are legal to be done, but you cannot vote yet. Yeah, but it's just, I cannot. It's, when I look back at
Maybe
it, it's that funny. Yeah.
maybe some of us we take longer to mature or just
Mm.
realize that our actions are less appropriate and that we should, you know, actually go and grow up and not respond appropriately. It does happen.
Yeah, but the
Yeah.
sad thing is, I feel cheated, like, because I was invested. I read the very long essay or blog post that he wrote, and I was like, what, this happened to you? Then I asked him for details and everything. Then he didn't really want to give me details, which is actually also red flag, but I didn't notice it at the time. I just thought that he doesn't want to bring up the past, you know, he's sad or whatever, so I didn't press for more. But then after a while, he told me it was a huge lie. But okay lah, I guess a lot of effort into the lie. But
So how long did it take before you break up after
uh
finding out?
I can't remember. Too long ago already. But actually, I
Mm.
just actually forgave him, you know, which is
So
not good.
it took you like 10 years, over a decade to forgive his behavior.
No. I forgave him quite easily, but that's not good though. Cause actually you shouldn't tolerate dishonesty lah. But I think I forgave him quite fast because I liked him at the time. Yeah. But in the
The
end,
biasness.
yeah, there's biasness, and in the end, it didn't work out anyway. So actually, it's on in hindsight was a red flag. Yeah. Mm. Okay, then on the right hand side, there are even more red flags which we didn't even talk about yet. The first one being like if you constantly fight with that person, it's not just a red flag, but like if you think about it, right? Do you want to spend, if you're talking about serious monogamous relationships, right? Do you want to spend the rest of your life being with somebody who constantly fights with you? No, right? So it's like this should be a red flag. Or like it could be a sign that y'all don't agree with core values and beliefs. Or maybe this person he likes to quarrel, like he's a quarrelsome person. He or she likes to disagree just for the sake of disagreeing, even though they see your point, which to me is an ick and also a red flag. Yeah. Have y'all seen any couples, like maybe your friends or maybe yourself, you were in a relationship that y'all are quarreling all the time? Or you see couples that are quarreling all the time? And
I
then
feel like I have like
mm,
heard of but never actually seen
mm.
like in action.
In action.
Yeah.
Live action. But that's good if you have not encountered parents. Yeah, oh my god, Harfin, how do you know? Your parents, is it? My parents also, they are constantly fighting. It's very sad to see because these are your parents are supposed to be your role models, but they're constantly fighting. And yeah, I thought this was normal for a while until I realized it wasn't normal. Yeah, it's not normal to keep fighting with your partner. Yeah, I heard it before from the same friend earlier. Oh, right. Yeah, if that person is so controlling, definitely a lot of fights, right? Okay, but my parents, they constantly fight, and in hindsight, right, they always like to say this, that they shouldn't have ended up together, they shouldn't have gotten married, things like that. Okay, they are not in love with each other anymore for a very long time. And so to me, yeah, this is definitely a red flag, and also maybe even a deal breaker if you're constantly fighting. Because also my past relationships, if I'm yeah, they're my exes because we were constantly fighting, and now the current relationship I have is quite peaceful in comparison. Yeah, so it's not, you know, it is possible to be in a relationship without constantly fighting. Okay, yeah, because just because our parents are like that, actually because our parents are like that, that's why we shouldn't follow suit. Yeah, because I've seen it firsthand, that how damaging it can be. Yeah, they're always fighting almost daily, then like reconcile. That's so tiring. Yeah, it's not just a red flag in terms of that person is not suitable for you or you're not suitable for them. It's also just so tiring, right? Actually, sidetrack a bit. I like the new location of Potato. He's like sitting by a campfire and chatting with us. Yay, so cute. He is very cute, right? You see the Potato there. I think it hurts the children. Correct. As children, it affects us mentally, you know. I feel so annoyed whenever my parents fight. Potato loves raising red flag. Yeah. But you know, he also can, guys, if y'all say some green flag things, he can also raise the green flag. Okay, but now we are talking about red flags.
Later on, we will talk about stuff. The Q&A maybe.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, so constant fights is like, my parents, okay. Lack of support system. Okay, so this is if you're dating someone and he or she lacks a support system, like parents, friends, family, and nobody wants to support them, then you probably will start thinking like, why do they not have anyone in their corner? Sure, maybe some people have family issues, you know, or maybe some people are not very sociable, so maybe they, and that's okay, but it cannot possibly be like nobody, right? Yeah, so that's something to think about. And then the last one is anger issues. Anger, like yelling, overreacting, throwing things around, hitting stuff, hitting themselves, hitting you, or obviously if they hit you is already a deal breaker. Okay, But anger issues can lead to those things. One of my exes, he will hit his fist against the wall. Yeah, when he's angry. May I ask, is it true that couples who have never fought? Yeah, it's also kind of a precarious situation because the first fight that will happen will be almost at a breaking point. I would okay, depends what the first fight is about. If they have never fought, no, the thing is, if they have never fought because they're always on the same like page, then that's fine. But if they have never fought because they keep keeping things to themselves, then that's different. Then the first fight will become the breaking point, like what you said, because then everything will just spill out. All the things that they've been keeping to themselves just come out like waterfall. So that is not good. But if they've never fought because they're always on the same page, right? I think that's okay. And then once they have their first fight, it's still just a normal fight. But I still think it's good to at least fight once, right? To see how the other person responds. Like you want to know if this person can be a good enough listener to understand your point of view and also be able to apologize if necessary, right? Like I mean you don't want to be with a person because fights are inevitable, right? Like maybe you guys don't fight much, which is great, but you will still fight once in a while because it's just human nature. And yeah, you wanna be with someone who is emotionally mature enough to know when to stop, like calm down and apologize if it's necessary, or like both parties lah apologize. Yeah, fights are inevitable in relationships, romantic, platonic, any kind of relationship. That's true. What do you think, Potato? Any anger issues you've seen of
This
or heard
one,
of?
I have seen a couple. They have been together for I think at least 8 years. So they never had at the start, maybe the first 5 years, they actually never had much fights.
Wow. Okay.
But it is known that the guy has an anger issue.
Oh dear.
Yes, and then afterwards, I think this was when they actually put down uh put down their name for the BTO. So they haven't
Oh.
actually got married, but they got engaged
Okay.
and they had a BTO ready, so they would probably sign the ROM once the BTO is done, like before the
Mm.
collection of the keys.
Mm.
So at least once you are officially married, you can move in together.
Mm.
Then apparently after that, right, for some reason the guy just did like almost a 180 flip. He went from being like this kind of very nice and very caring guy to a completely different person.
Oh shit.
Started to have anger issues, and they started arguing a lot more. And at some point, apparently the guy started cheating.
Oh my
And
god.
I think the worst case was that the guy cheating with maybe some random stranger, right,
Mm-hmm.
is bad. But
Yeah.
it gets worse because this guy tried to cheat with
Oh
the
shit.
fiance's close friend.
Friend. Ah, I knew it. What the
Yeah.
hell? You don't. There's a line you don't cross, man.
And
Ah.
this was, I think, one of the worst I've seen
Oh gosh.
in my entire life of anything
Are
regarding a
both of them your
relationship.
friends, or only the girl or the guy, or which one?
The guy was my friend from
Uh.
way back, like 10 years
Okay.
ago.
Oh.
So we studied in the same school, the same
Mm.
course. And
Mm.
then the girl was just someone we met
Mm.
because sometimes they will just
Hang out.
we will just
Yeah.
get together, hang out, and then like she
Mm.
will join. And I would say it's more of an acquaintance, but a few, like the females in my clique, is much closer to the girls because they are, females like to bond a lot more, or
Mm.
at least they go out their way to bond with one another. So
Yeah. So
it
then.
become
Oh
quite
dear.
serious lah. Yeah.
It sounds very, very scary because it's bad enough that he has anger issues, then he also starts being dishonest and cheating and trying to cross the boundary. Like, you just don't do that. Yeah, you just don't try to get into the pants of your girlfriend's friend. It's just no
Yeah.
way. Like, all those things are huge red flags. Oh no. Then they definitely forfeited their deposit or something, is it?
Yeah, afterwards
Yeah.
they were no longer engaged and they broke up. And now the last I've seen, the guy is apparently in another relationship now. The girl is still single.
Mm.
Yeah.
Mm.
I don't know too much of like the in-depth
Okay.
information, but this is roughly what I know, which to
Yeah.
date still feels very unreal. Like
Correct.
it feels like the kind of
Correct.
thing that like you're a decent human being, you shouldn't commit this kind of things. But for some reason, it amazes you that there are people like this who can just do a 180 flip and suddenly they are like this, and no
Yeah.
one knows why. I mean, I
Not
never
even
really
you.
talked to
You
the
don't
guy
know.
afterwards.
Like because
No,
it
I'm
sounds
not
like.
too close to the guy.
Ah, okay. It
Yeah,
sounds like I don't know if he's going through something because how can he change so quick? 180 flip like what you
could
said.
be.
Yeah, not sure what
Yeah.
he's going through. Maybe his closer friends would know, but it's so strange. Yeah, Souls is also saying, "Hey, hi Ken, hello, how are you? Are you sure you're a red flag? 180, could it be commitment issue? Yeah, oh, true. Souls, maybe after the BTO thing, he got cold feet or something. Not trying to defend him,
Yeah.
but the sudden 180 is very peculiar. I know, right? Wow, that guy is crazy. Yeah, it's so scary. How they choose to handle it and work around it determine the relationship's progress forward. True, true. Some people do that for sense of achievement. Oh my god, like achievement unlocked, is it like on Steam or like Xbox achievements, whatever? I cannot like this is just too much. Like why? If you want to do that kind of thing, I don't know, man. Just stay single. If you want to unlock achievements of, for example, there are some people who want to achieve things like banging a girl in every country or city or whatever. Like sure, you can do that if you're single. You can go and achieve that if you want. If you're single, okay, not if you're engaged. Single girl, yeah, cause he prata, so he flip. Right? I mean, it's terrible to cheat and behave that way, but sudden 180 is a strange phenomenon, yeah. I mean, we wouldn't know, but some people also, even if they're going through something, they wouldn't tell anybody. But maybe they really need help. Yeah. Some people
Could
F
be.
really
Yeah.
then dump, yeah. It's nuts. Cannot, definitely cannot support that behavior. No, no, no. Oh
So
my
that
gosh.
guy after that 180 flip, he was maybe it's a walking red flag. He practically fulfilled almost all of these points here.
Yeah. Yeah, it sounds
It's
like it.
it's not a challenge. Please don't
It's not a
collect all the red flags.
Please don't. You should be collecting green flags or not red flags. Throw away the red flags. It only hurts that girl potentially scarring her for years to come. Yeah, I don't know. You never know what if she's still single because of this. Like, I hope not. Like, I hope that's not the case, but you never know. Okay, this is just a random quote I found online, which was said by an author. It's a random quote found on Google. Like I said, I just do a lot of Googling for these episodes, okay? So it says, as we gain confidence in ourselves, or like as we find out what we want, or we realize like we will draw our healthy boundaries and we know what we want or what we cannot tolerate, right, in a relationship. Or just we become older and wiser because we have accumulated EXP, we have all these experiences, right? Then for some of us, right, after all these experiences and all that, right, red flags are no longer red flags. They are deal breakers. Okay, that's why I say there's a lot of overlap. So maybe in the past, all those behavior, right, all those different kinds of all those 6 points that we mentioned just now, right? Maybe for me, in the past it would be a red flag, but now I would consider them deal breakers. Yeah, red flag bingo. No, 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 it's not bingo. No, it's Pokemon collect them. Oh no. Dating and then being couples is really sunshine and flowers, but the sudden realization that the person is with you for life can bring about a shift, correct? Psychological hormonal shift that even he didn't realize. Not trying to defend him, but it's just too peculiar not to pursue further and find a possible cause. Yeah, maybe if there are any psychologists in chat, they would know better. But yeah, and this kind of thing we need to actually he needs to sit down with somebody and talk about it. But again, like how there's this for some people, or maybe because of the way they were raised, they learned that you're not supposed to bother people with your problems. Yeah, so maybe that's why he didn't, and then everything just he bottled up everything and he exploded. Maybe, I don't know, could be a possible thing. But he actually should have just talked it out, you know, whatever it is. Yeah, so this is just a quote that y'all can think about, okay? Like maybe some things to you in the past were red flags, and then as you grow as a person, they have now become deal breakers. Okay, okay, this one is just actually because people are like controlling behavior. What is that, right? This is just more like signs, okay, of controlling behavior, and I feel like this might be repeated in a future episode when we talk about toxic relationships. Yeah, like I said, it can be a red flag but also a deal breaker because it leads to a toxic relationship. So if anyone in your life is doing all these things, it's a huge red flag slash deal breaker. Just now we talk about passwords already, so that's disrespecting your privacy, right? Like asking you about your password. That's why the picture there is like, you know, unlock, you know, what is your password? I can unlock your phone, that sort of thing. Okay, asking you for password, snooping around indicate a lack of trust. If there's trust, right, you wouldn't care about the person's password, or that person will just tell you on their own accord, not because you force them to tell you. Okay, and okay, actually above the password thing, right, above the disrespecting your privacy thing, right, the thing, remember I said about the guy who is very controlling and then he told me like who I can hang out with, who I cannot hang out with, right? He was trying to isolate me from others, so that's also another controlling kind of another thing that controlling kind of people would do. Like, you know, don't let me hang out with my friends, I have to meet him every day. For example, he didn't let me attend any uni orientation camps or join CCAs and things like that. And it could be due to jealousy, it could be because he wants to be the only person in your life. It leads to codependency. It means that you're alienated from other relationships and it will stunt your own healthy growth. And this is also what cult leaders do. They isolate their followers from other people. If you go and look at cults, the cult leader wants to be like the best, the most prominent person in your life, right? So a lot of cults, right, they ask their followers to you know, uproot themselves from their house, leave their worldly possessions behind, and go to a random campsite and then like live there. And then they're isolated from the rest of society. Yeah, so that's also what cult leaders do. Kind of scary if you think about it. Isolating you from others is basically trying to make sure that you only see him in your life, and then when he's done with you, you have no one to rely on. Yeah, correct. So if that's very, very super unhealthy, and it makes you want to chase him back, which is linked to manipulative. Correct. That's why these are all linked. Hopefully, yeah, all the lines are drawn like this because they're all linked. Very good observation, Miwi Pause. Thank you for the hydrate, Ace. And then the anger issues about how they're unpredictable. I think we talked about this really last, so we will move on really quick. And then manipulative, I think also we mentioned just now about the gaslighting, the playing of mind games, putting you down so that you'll behave the way they want you to. It's more of a reflection of their own insecurities, right? So don't fall for it, get out of the relationship ASAP, because they're trying to make you feel bad, make you think that you don't measure up to them, make you think that you're not good enough. Maybe they're very critical of you. Sometimes it's even disguised as a joke, and if you tell them it's not funny, they'll still do it again. So it's a super big red flag, okay? Or they ridicule your interests. They're trying to convince you to adopt their interests instead. All these things happen to me. So yeah, and I kind of really talked about it just now when I mentioned my ex. So yeah, these are all the things he did. I learned this from that friend because I told her the exact same thing, but she don't want to listen. The worst part is it actually happened. Will we pause? You're a good friend, but sometimes if somebody doesn't want to listen to your advice, there's also don't feel too bad about it, okay? Because they need to want to help themselves. Yeah, they need to want your help also. Like, it's sometimes you try your best to be a good friend, but you know, there's a limit to what we can do as friends. But I would say maybe Pause, you're a very good friend. Yeah. Hi back, Mr. Frosty, how are you? Okay, so this one, because we talked about it already quite a bit, so we skip to the red flags and also deal breakers because we haven't really talked about these yet. You're good. I'm good to hear from you. Yeah. Just call you Frosty. Okay, Frosty. I'll try to remember, but I might forget. Yeah. We're talking about red flags and deal breakers right now in relationships. If you want to share with us any stories, please feel free to do so, okay? But yeah, have you all encountered any of these things? There's so many. There's so many possible red flags over here. Let's see where to put potato. Oh, I want to put him here. Can I put him here?
It's hard to position the potato.
Yeah.
You can put me as under one of the red flags also, right?
I put you. Okay lah. I think I put you here. It's fine. Addiction to watching Twitch. Oh no. I sent you a birthday. Ooh, okay. I will see the Discord DM later after the stream, okay? Happy Friday to everybody. Yeah. Potato is one of the red flag now. Oh no, but he's not. He's not.
I'm the one raising the red flags.
Yeah. Like that. I cover
Ask
one
the
of the
potato
red
something. Potato will tell you the red or green flag.
Yeah, he will raise
Do that
the
later.
red and green flag. Correct. Okay, addiction to me is like could be a deal breaker. I mean, or red flag lah, depends. So that's why the question there is, do you know what you want in a partner? Because if you don't know what you want, then everything will be like, okay, everything is fine with you. But you need to ask yourself, do you know what you want first? You want money? Money, what do you mean? Money, what's up? You want money? Then Bunny, you are the red flag. You are the, what do you call that if somebody wants money?
Materialistic.
Materialistic, or like I don't know. Gold
There's
digger. Gold digger. This is what one of my ex-boyfriends called me. Gold digger.
Oh, but there's very different forms of wanting money, because if you want money, right? Like, wanting is a materialistic person, or at least you measure a gesture based on the value, like monetary value, then it's materialistic. But gold digger is basically people who I would say more actively chasing monetary gains from I mean, it doesn't even have to be their partner. They are just gold diggers, just as
from
long as
everybody.
anyone can gain from, right? Then you go for it. Then you are a gold digger, right? So it's actually very different. Gold digger happens outside of a relationship.
Or if it's really obvious, like a very young person marrying a very old person who is also rich, and then like they're just waiting for them to die. That sort of thing happens in dramas, but also like celebrities or real life, to very rich people. Yeah. But I wouldn't know like personal examples of that. Yeah. I wanted to cut the amount of time I spend watching live streams, but I can't. So, I mean, depends on what the live streams are. If it's this one, it's okay. I don't know. I'm just kidding.
We have to put in some form of biasness.
Yeah. I mean, everyone has their own bias. CPF hunter, sugar mommy, gold digger. You pick your nose a lot. Yeah, but that's very hurtful. Yeah, so my ex-boyfriend, why did he call me that? Because he's rich. One of my ex-boyfriends is rich. And he called me a gold digger, even though I didn't dig gold, okay? Okay, because... And also, it's not even he's rich, okay? It's his parents. But like, whatever. I didn't ask him for any material objects. In fact, I helped him save money. So when he called me a gold digger, I feel very sad because I helped him save money, okay? He wanted to spend a lot of his money on like useless random shit, and I stopped him, and he's still there to call me a gold digger when we broke up. And it is just to hurt me. So I'm like, how is your streams? My streams are good. How about yours? Okay, so like addiction is a red flag or deal breaker depending on like how much you can tolerate or how much, like it really depends. Like, it's very subjective, okay? All these things are very subjective. Not financially dependent also depends not financially independent also depends on like what stage of your life you are in. Like if you're already an adult but still not financially independent, yeah, it could be a sign that they cannot manage money or something. But if they're still studying, then you know that's a different thing. Maybe if they're still pursuing higher education or whatever. You're getting the 1K soon, nice. May 16th is your birthday. Oh, I can remember that. I have another friend who is also born on May 16th. Porn addiction is bad. Yeah, yeah. Any kind of addiction is bad though. So I know I put a picture of a bottle there. There's alcohol, but it could be smoking, gaming, drugs, gambling. But the question is, are they trying to overcome the addiction or are they working on it? I mean, if they are, that's okay, that's great. But maybe you want to come back later. Like let them work on themselves first, then come back later. Because ultimately you're not a social worker, or unless you are, then maybe you think you can help them. But it's not really your job. Like you're not their mom or social worker or whatever. Like it's very hard for us to know how to navigate this sort of thing. Yeah. Why is the more posting that Frosty Tools? It is the AI bot that we have in chat to help us shout people out. And yeah, do you guys like it? It says that Mr. Frosty is a pro pianist turned speedster. Wow, so many things. A proud father, USAF member, PS4 live. Nice, nice. So many things. It accurately sums up whoever we are shouting out. Yeah. Yeah, and usually it's pretty accurate. Yeah, usually it's pretty good, a good description. But yeah, so for addiction, for me, for example, I met a guy who actually gamble, and he has to work every freaking day to pay off his debts, which means he had no time for a girlfriend. So even though he was trying to, like flirt with me, I'm just like, no, that's a deal breaker for me. Like, how you gonna even have time for me if you're working every day to pay off your debts? And also, like, to me, like, if you have an addiction to gambling, that's just not it. That's not what I want, right, in a partner. You're confused for a moment, you apologize. Is it because they have the same name? They're both Frosty. It's okay, so don't worry about it. Okay, the middle point is about not ambitious. Like if you're ambitious, super ambitious person, and you want your partner to be also super ambitious, you want your partner to be a goal-getter, then maybe it's a personality clash or a difference in life goals, and then it could also be a deal breaker. Like if you, again, depends on what you want. Okay, if you don't mind a person like not being ambitious, then it's not a deal breaker. It's not a red flag. It's fine. Okay, the another possible red flag or deal breaker is if someone neglects themselves. Because if you think about it, if they don't take care of themselves, how are they gonna take care of you and the relationship? Are you willing to be their father or mother or their therapist? Yeah. Cannot. Again, quick example is my ex-boyfriend treat me like his mom. I'm like, bye. That's it. Okay. Then the last one is, could be a red flag or a deal breaker also. Like if physical touch is very important to you and the person you're with, you don't feel any kind of physical chemistry with that person, then again, it could be a red flag or deal breaker. It's maybe not the relationship for you. Yeah. What do you guys think? I just said a bunch of things. What do you guys think? Like, do y'all relate to any of these red flags or deal breakers? Yeah, because I just threw everything to you guys in one slide like that. Potato, what do you think? Any of these speak to you?
I think the second one, the financially independent, it's
Mm,
a deal breaker for me. I would prefer someone that is more, I mean, they don't have to be very, but at least have some sense of financial independence.
mm,
Because you'll be surprised the amount of people that they are raised without having to worry too much about their finances. Then they kind of take things for granted. I have seen a lot of people who have zero clue how to manage their finance because
mm.
they are still taking allowance from their parents.
Oh,
Some even
wow.
when they are still work, like when they just started working, they
What? Their parents?
they still take allowance for the parents.
Wait,
Yeah,
what? Their parents are so nice, still giving them allowance? Because
probably
most.
also from the parents' part, they they spoil their kids. Could be a single child. They want to pamper their kids. There's a lot of reasons.
Because
Yeah.
that's quite surprising, because in my case I've not heard of that. I've only heard of parents, demanding children to give them money once they start working, right? Typical.
There's two sides of the spectrum, I guess.
Correct, correct.
Some are pampering, some are demanding.
Yeah.
Parents can be very different, but
Yeah.
mine stems from childhood experience, I would say. Not childhood, but sorry, more like as I was growing up from a teenager to an adult,
Mm, mm,
I encountered financial issues at home. So
mm,
that's why I became more financially independent, so I don't have to rely on anyone for my financials. I know exactly what's happening and I can better plan my lifestyle. So to me,
mm.
maybe it's a deal breaker. I would say it's a deal breaker
Yeah,
because
yeah.
personally, I wouldn't want to have to deal with other people's financials because I know I can deal with mine, and they should
Mm.
deal with
Deal with
their
theirs,
own
yeah.
financials as well. Yeah.
100%, I
So that's
agree with you.
yeah.
I'm honestly, yeah, in my own experience, I'm quite shocked whenever I hear of grown adults who are still not financially independent. Or even when I was younger, in uni especially, for instance, because uni we are already adults, right? We can vote and things like that. Then
Yep.
in uni, they are still taking allowance from their parents, and I'm like, but why? Because you have the time, and you are able to do something very simple like a part-time job, or like just give. A lot of people in uni were just also giving part-time tuition, tutoring kids and stuff like that. So it's very easy to actually become financially independent, or at least not no longer relying on your parents. So I'm just, every time I hear like, oh, somebody is not earning their own money, or maybe they are earning money but somehow they have no savings, it's kind of like a huge red flag. I'm like, where's your
Yes.
money going? Why don't you have savings? I don't get it. Yeah. um yeah, but because I don't know why I've encountered people who, yeah, they have work, they do work, but I don't know why they cannot afford things, or they have no savings. uh
But there's also a certain threshold for me. You can be like you don't have to be really really financially independent to the point where yeah, maybe saving 50% of your income or
oh, that's
something,
crazy lah, yeah.
because I guess different people also have different perspective. Mine changed over the years. I used to want to just save as much as I can because always good to prepare for the worst, or just saving in
Mm.
general for the future. But then I realized one thing, that actually a lot of Singaporeans are trapped in, which is we all become very the very typical wage wage worker. You just collect your monthly salary, save like a huge percentage of it, you don't do much with it, and then you just hope that in the future with that money you can do something. But then you
Mm.
don't realize that when you're young and you don't do something,
Mm.
you will lose the energy to do so in the future when you're older.
Mm.
So you don't have to save to the point where you scream and save, you eat very cheaply, you don't
Mm.
enjoy life. Life is just very
Correct, correct.
normal to you. There's nothing special. Then what stories do you
What are
have
you
when you're old?
living for?
Yeah.
It's very
So
sad if you lead such a sad life.
yeah, so over the years I have my perspective change. You
Mm.
don't have to be very very fine, you just need to at least be able to support yourself
Correct, correct.
and not have to rely on others, or have to take loans, or have to worry about your
Mm.
financials. That's already considered financially independent. Then you can use your money, do whatever you want, as long as it's a responsible choice,
Correct.
and in times of emergency you are able to still survive without help of others. That's good enough.
Correct. That's why I'm quite
Yeah.
shocked when I hear of people who somehow they don't have enough savings to do what they want, like go on a simple overseas trip. They want to, but they're like, I have no money. Yeah, and I'm not saying like go overseas like super far away and spend lavishly, just a regular trip. But it's
Yeah,
like, huh, how come you don't have the money? Because these are people who are working. Yeah, so it just doesn't make sense to me. So that's
yeah,
why I'll start questioning, is it a sign that they cannot manage money? Yeah, or that's why just now I also gave the example of the gambler, right? Like he has loans or debt to pay off. That's quite a scary thing to me because I cannot imagine having like loans or debt to pay off. Yeah. That's why I would also like when I hear of people taking loans just to renovate their house or have a extravagant wedding, I'm just like, why? Do you not know how to plan? Or spend within your means, right? Support yourself, spend within your means, and
yeah.
yeah, plan for the future lah. It's kind of scary, yeah, to me. My money is going away due to weak currency. Oh no, I have it. Oh no. Is it time to come here? Alright, I'm about to make breakfast. Oh, thank you for the luck. It's almost 11 a.m. for you. Wow. Good morning. Okay, for the physical chemistry thing, right? I don't know. Maybe some people remember. Okay, you just want to bring back real quick. Bring y'all back to episode 3 on communication and love languages real quick. So in episode 3 we talked about love styles, love language, and physical touch is always going to be one of the love languages. No matter like whatever they call it. Okay, they called it 5 love languages, then they call it 7 love styles, but physical touch is always one of them. And yeah, it's just something that you want to explore if it's very important to you. There is a quick story that I can think of lah, but it's based on the TV show again, How I Met Your Mother, in which the main character found this girl and he was very attracted to her. Ted Mosby, right? He was very attracted to her and liked her a lot because she was wearing a very sexy pumpkin costume during Halloween. And then he tracked her down, found her, but in the end they had no physical chemistry whatsoever, even though he was super attracted to her. Yeah, and then even things like hugging or cuddling was very awkward for them. So like it's just a TV show example, but it can happen in real life also. Yeah. Okay, this one, right? It's just, these are just deal breakers. Okay, not even a question about it, because just now the previous slide was like it could be a deal breaker, it could be a red flag depending on your tolerance level. But this one, to me, these are all just deal breakers. Like most people would have like an idea of what they want. And if okay, if you are trying to date someone, right, and then you find out that these things don't align, then just save yourself the headache. That's why I put a picture of a person having headache there. Save yourself the headache and just don't date them. Have standards, okay? Have high standards. So the first deal breaker could be y'all have different life goals, okay? Like if you want something different in your life, right, and the other person wants something completely different, like having children, for example, one person wants children, the other person doesn't want children, then you cannot, there's no way of compromising, right? And then if somebody has to compromise, the other person will feel resentful for the rest of their life, because for example having children is something that will affect the rest of your life. And so it's very difficult, right, to compromise on these things. One like cat, one like dog. I feel like if you like cats or dogs, that means you like animals, and that's not too bad. You can have one cat, one dog, and maybe they get along. That's not too bad. Or maybe like different life goals. Like if one person is all about like making money, and then the other one is like, nah, that's not my life goal. I depends on what your priorities are, which is important because you want to do life together. Again, we are talking about a typical like serious monogamous relationship. Okay. Religion thing is also very personal and important to some people because it affects your life, like your beliefs, your values. And for example, things like going to your religious you know ch- like temple or church let's say you go to church every Sunday, or you go to um the monastery every week or something like that, okay? So it affects your life, your lifestyle, or like the way you raise your children, whether you get baptized, or whether you hold incense sticks, whether you display statues in your house or idols, things like that. So there are a lot of things. It affects your entire life. So sometimes if I'm not saying it cannot work, but some people they know what they want. They're like, I want a religious person. I want my partner to be religious. Then for them, yeah, it's not a negotiable. Okay, so it's just a deal breaker. And last one is different values. Like I said, maybe somebody who is pro Trump and somebody who is against all the things, right, that Trump believes in. Like, if you don't believe in the same values, it's very hard. Like, if you're staunchly against racism, can you really date someone who is a racist? Or if you're against abortion, can you date someone who is pro abortion? Things like that. Okay, so I'm not going to go into these things, but it's just examples. You're entitled to your own opinions. We're not talking about these issues here, but I'm just mentioning in passing that these different values can really affect your relationship, right? And your lifestyle or your life choices. Yeah, so yeah.
I think also these are way past your just emotional or like a romance kind of aspect. Is really about spending your life with your partner. So you need to really be careful what you get yourself into. Don't dive head first and then regret later.
Yeah, it's difficult because sometimes you're not gonna have these conversations until later. But once you realize like it's something that y'all just cannot compromise on, then just GTFO, right? Because it's just if you think that okay, if you don't have the same values as me, I see you as, for example, like a racist person, and I cannot even be friends with a racist, then just get out of the relationship. It's just a deal breaker immediately, straight away. Okay, or religion, a lot of people break up because they have different religions. Yeah, so it's just the way it is. Yeah, sometimes I had a friend who got into a relationship with a person who, like, she has no religion, but that person is super religious. Then in my heart I was thinking, no way it's gonna work out. But of course I don't say that, right? Because I'm not super close to this friend. And then in the end it really didn't work out, and then she came to me and another friend and like told us all about it. Then I'm like, in my heart lah, again thinking, I kind of called it, but I don't want to say, so it's just sometimes, yeah, it's just like that. It's just a deal breaker. It just is what it is,
Sometimes people like to hope that maybe there is a chance that eventually someone will compromise and things will work out. But I would say for deal breakers, oftentimes things don't usually work out unless someone is willing to compromise, and usually you have to assume that your partner is not willing to compromise. So unless you are, and you are willing to accept the fact that you compromise for like your entire life, it's usually not going to work out.
Yeah, you need to have a very serious and long and deep conversation about it, and then you will either either like you come to a compromise somehow, or of course it's just gonna end there. And I feel like most of the time I just see it end. Yeah, that's more often than not that is the case, because when it comes to things that are very close to your heart, like values, life goals, and religion, it's just something that you cannot change about yourself. It's just like what I said, non-negotiable. So yeah, it's just you fall in love with the wrong person, or like, I don't know. Yeah, it's just sad. Yeah. Any advice for bystander? Usually as a bystander I don't do anything, like, unless that person is really asking me for help or for advice, because I would just you know, it's up to them, right, to like let the relationship run its course, or yeah. But if they ask me for advice or ask me to tell them about their past experience, or about my past experience, then I'll tell them. Because this happened to me before. I dated a guy who was religious. I didn't know he was religious, and he didn't tell me that he wanted someone who was religious. So he didn't know what he wanted, and I kind of feel duped into it. But at the end of the day, I'm just like, it is what it is. Okay, whatever, you know. Yeah, so that's why I have that experience. But when my friend went through the same thing, and I didn't share with her my experience lah. But later on, I did, and she was like, "Then you never tell me." Then I'm like, "You never ask." I'm not going to like tell you and like be the bad guy in your ear, right? Like the evil angel or something sitting in your ear and telling you things like it's not gonna work out. I'm not gonna be that person, you know? I'm just, yeah, unless you ask me specifically. If not, no. Yeah, they think it's a movie, no plot armor. Life goes like some don't want children, some want treat. Yeah, exactly. So as I mentioned that very briefly. If one wants children, one doesn't want children, very hard. It's just a deal breaker, right? It's just, how do you can't have half a child, it doesn't make sense. And what the hell is this class? Hi Tikorita, how are you? We are talking about love and relationships. Religious masterclass. Wait, what? Sorry, relationship masterclass with ST. Not really lah, okay, but we are just talking about relationships, yeah, red flags and stuff. I'm just an NPC. Once die, respawn in 3 days. Yeah, today we're talking about deal breakers, red flags, and icks. So just now we already talked about icks and red flags. Now we're just talking about deal breakers specifically. Have a child? Yeah, no such thing. If like one person wants 1 child, one person wants 0 child, you cannot compromise and say we have half a child, right? It doesn't make sense. Yeah. Are we playing game today? Hey, Eloise. No, we're not. We're not. Not today. Maybe some other day. Today we're just chilling and vibing and talking about relationship stuff. Yeah. Want a child but don't want a child, get a pet. Oh, thank you so much for the hydrate. Today I'm a bit sick, so I really appreciate all the hydrates, okay? If don't want children, also very likely to lack physical touch, which is often an important catalyst to a healthy relationship. I would say there will still be physical touch even if you don't want children, because physical touch is also for your own pleasure, not just for baby making, yeah.
Actually, it's a very, I would say it's quite common thing in today's relationship. A lot of couples, at least in Singapore, they are not looking for they are looking to settle down,
Mm,
but not start a family,
mm,
because a lot of them, they're not willing to let go of their current lifestyle of, having fun and joy, and not having to care for another thing, which in this case is like a baby. And most people are driven by the idea of having a pet is much more manageable and much likable compared to actual baby.
much
It's
likable.
just, yeah, it's a
Yeah,
more
yeah.
it's a very like a society norm nowadays, I feel.
Correct,
At least
correct.
with the people I see and the people I talk to, they are no longer worrying too much about having starting a family, having a kid, or even two.
Mm.
Yeah.
It's a very like traditional mindset that maybe our parents had, that like you must get married, you must have a child, things like that. But now we are more open to other kinds of families lah, and also people realize that it's very expensive to have children. In the past it was not as expensive. It's not very expensive, like, yeah. And then like what Potato said, you still want a certain level of your lifestyle, right? But yeah, or maybe in the first place they're not earning enough money, and it would be irresponsible to bring a child into this world. Or yeah, like what Potato said, maybe you just don't like children, you prefer pets, you know. It could be so many different reasons. um, but why cannot have a child if you suck when it is when it's Tikorita? What are you talking about? There'll be lack of intimacy through that. No, intimacy is not just, doing the deed or baby making, because intimacy can also be like hugging, holding hands, kissing. Yeah, so there will still be physical touch if you make the effort to make sure there's physical touch. Yeah.
Yeah, physical touch is more of like a romantic gesture. Doesn't have to
Mm,
include starting a family. I mean,
correct,
it's very
correct.
normal. It's two very different things.
It is for your own pleasure, okay? For your
Yeah,
own happiness, or if you want to use English, shiok. Ah. You feel happy, or it releases what's that, dopamine, right? When you
yeah,
hug,
make you happy.
yeah, when you
Yes.
hug or kiss, or do it with your partner, then yeah, happy chemicals in your brain, guys. It's not just to produce to reproduce. That's actually very like not romantic. It's very like scientific, like, oh, we're just doing this to reproduce, kind of, in my opinion, unromantic and sad.
Planning for a family is probably one of the least romantic thing in
Yeah,
your entire relationship because it comes with a lot of stress and it's
so
something that once
stressful.
done you can't take it back. You can't just say, I don't want this child, I can just give it away. Maybe last time, like 30 to 50 years ago, if you don't want this child, oh, I can sell you this child. But now it's not.
Wow.
It's a thing. Yeah, it's a very quite common thing, I would say, last time, like in
Last
your
time,
parents' generation or
yeah.
maybe your grandparents' generation. When they have too many kids, they would
Mm.
sell the kid to like a richer family that is unable to have kids.
Correct, correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, but now, so, yeah, in a modern society, there's more moral clauses that you have to obey, and
Mm.
yeah,
Yeah, so people are also more educated and more wary lah, that if you bring a child into this world, what does it entail and everything. So yeah. Baby potato, ST good example. Wait, why am I good example? Shadow is knowing are my children. Yeah, correct, correct. Oh, having half a child is alright. No. Oh my god, I just got it because he explained the joke. Thank you for explaining the joke. Tikorita, he had to explain it. I didn't get it. Sorry. During Chinese New Year, why no child yet? Yeah, there's it's a lot of pressure from the like traditional boomer generation parents or whatnot. Next year, why bring half a child? No, I had this joke. I was joking that for next Chinese New Year, I'm gonna bring like my friend's baby to the gathering and pretend that it's my child. Then the next Chinese New Year, they asked me where's my baby. I said die already. Sorry, just a joke. I
a
sometimes
very grim
I have
joke.
I have dark humor. Sorry. Selling kids in the past was pretty correct. Yeah, like I know that, but now that I think about it, it's quite shocking. Daryl, yeah, like for my parents, that didn't happen lah. But I know when my mom was really young, she was sent to live with her grandparents because her parents couldn't handle the amount of kids they had in the house. Yeah, that's dark humor in its finest. My favorite kind of humor, like when it comes to stand-up comedy, is dark humor. Yeah, Chinese New Year ran a girlfriend. I ran a baby. My grandma sold one of my aunt and uncle. Wow, how many children did your grandma have in total? Okay, okay, even more deal breakers over here, yeah. These are deal breakers that maybe after you enter the relationship, then you realize that this person is like that, then like you break off from that person, okay? And because these deal breakers mean that your relationship won't be strong or stable. Yeah. Two boys, two girls, that's not that bad. But it depends on their situation. Like maybe they couldn't handle it because they were busy working, or financial situation also. Yeah. But my grandparents had nine nine children. My father has 8 siblings. That's crazy. Ah, sorry, I drink water first. Wait, wait. Thank you for the hydrate. 4 boys and 3 girls. Wow, seven is a lot in this day and age. Like cannot. We can. Most people, it's very hard to just have like one or two, right? Like to sustain, because now it's just different. Everything is just so expensive, and our wages are not increasing at the same rate as inflation and whatever. So yeah, but back then things were cheaper, and also people had a different mindset when it comes to having children. Yeah. But yeah,
Actually,
7 people.
right,
Wow.
I heard that this is from a perspective of an adult lah.
Mm.
Uh, they feel that actually if you want a child, it's no longer about the cost or something. The cost to you is an excuse that maybe you partially don't want a child. Because if you really, really want a child, you will make it happen. So it could be in many factors. You could be sacrificing majority of your lifestyle, go really simple to save up for the child,
Mm.
or you could, take a new job to sustain the family
Mm.
or do something. You'll find a way to get through if you really, really want a
That's
child.
true.
But
That's true.
I think one of the reasons that everyone complains too expensive to have a child, right, is not that they don't want a child or they really want a child, but they're just finding an excuse because they can't decide if they really want a child. But
Yeah.
maybe in their heart, they are following. It could be what their parents say. Their parents say that you must have a child, or because that's their way of life. So to you, you might follow in their footsteps. You want a child, but then you also your heart sways a bit to the
Yeah.
to the
Yeah.
point where you might also consider not having one,
Yeah.
and therefore you come up with excuses like the cost of living is too high. I
True.
think that's
True.
actually a very logical approach as well, because
Mm.
if you really want something, you will make it happen one way or the
Mm.
other. You will do something and find a
Correct.
way to make it happen.
So by saying it's too expensive, actually it means you don't want, right or not? You don't want to, you
Yeah,
know.
part of you don't want the child.
Correct. That's very
Yeah, but the
true.
other part wants it. Yeah.
Because back then, right, like the baby boomer generation, our parents are basically, they will like work very hard to make ends meet. Like, my husband himself, his father had 2 jobs to support the family, that sort of
Yeah.
thing, right? So they worked very hard just
Yeah.
to, make sure that their 2 children were raised well. Yeah. So yeah, Daryl, nowadays most people don't want kids, and saying that, yeah, it's too expensive is one of the reasons slash excuses. Yeah, to that. Oh, you're going to sleep already? Good night, souls. Have a good rest. Yeah. Next one stream, no problem. So these are some deal breakers now, okay? So even more deal breakers. Maybe like I said, if you're in a relationship, then you realize that, oh no, your partner lacks empathy. That is, to me, a deal breaker. Or like if you're in a relationship, then you hang out with a person, or you like there's a fight or something, and then he or she cannot understand things from your perspective, or there's a typo here, they deny or invalidate your feelings. So that could be uh you feel like your feelings are not understood, or you feel like they don't care about your feelings, that sort of thing, right? So that could be a deal breaker, which you will only find out later on in the relationship. Okay, then another deal breaker is lack of trust, which I said before. Like if they're very controlling, if they keep thinking you will lie or cheat or hurt them in some way. Like at the start it seemed like they trust you, but later you realize they're very insecure. They try to control you, manipulate you to keep you around. Then yeah, the controlling behaviors, like we talked about it already lah. Okay, lack of trust, deal breaker. Yeah, and then the last one, lack of appreciation. Again, this only happens like after you've been with the person a while, right? Then maybe they were very nice at first, maybe they were love bombing you, they were very nice, appreciative, but later on they take you for granted. They may even stop being polite. They may even stop saying please and thank you. They may even expect you to do things for them, or they maybe even expect you to read their mind. So like the lack of appreciation can become a deal breaker if you're in this relationship and you're like, they don't care about me, they don't appreciate me, then all these are just deal breakers. Yeah. So if you're ever facing this, then you also know, just you need to leave. Yeah. Daryl says another reason is genetics, but like my girlfriend doesn't want kids due to, oh wow, shit, high chance of passing on some genetic disorder. Wow. Okay, I would say your girlfriend is very, at least, okay, I have a lot of respect for people who don't want kids, right? Because they're doing the right or responsible thing. Yeah, so I have respect for that. Yeah, because it's kind of like, you don't want to perpetuate the suffering or the misery. Life can be really terrible if you yeah, if this sort of thing happens, like if you have a child and this child is sick all the time, yeah, then you feel very sad because yeah, the child is suffering, and then also the caretaker is suffering, you are suffering, everybody's suffering. Yeah, so I feel like, yeah, uh, a lot of respect for, I just think it's the right thing to do, or the responsible thing. If you don't think, or even if we're not talking about genetic disorders, if you don't think you're ready, but you still go and have a child, is just very irresponsible to me. Yeah. But yeah, these are some deal breakers. Anyone has any experience that you were in a relationship, then you realize, wow, this person has no empathy, doesn't trust you, doesn't appreciate you, things like that. Yeah. Or it could be other things, other deal breakers that we haven't talked about. You can leave them in the form. Yeah. But yeah, Potato, anything you want to add? Or not really?
Lack of appreciation, right? I think, as you go deeper into a relationship, sometimes you expect
Mm.
something out of your partner because you all have been together for quite a while. The level of expectations would I guess determine whether it becomes a deal breaker or not. Because like sometimes you maybe you have coexist with your partner for 3 to 5 years. To some extent, you have known each other for that long. You should at least be able to figure out some behavioral patterns, or not patterns, but like how they behave, what they like, and things like this. So it becomes, I would say, it's a very common thing to have, like as a expectation. And yeah, if you are not able to fulfill that expectations, right, then maybe that would become a deal breaker,
Mm.
unless of course they are expecting more than what is considered
Correct, correct,
common. Yeah, so this one might be a little more subjective depending on like
correct.
the scenario it happens. But
Mm.
other than that, I think
Yeah.
trust is something. If you are in a long relationship, you still don't trust your partner, then yeah, there's really nothing to say about it. If you don't trust your partner after that long, then what makes you think 10 years later you're going to trust them? Or how are you going to trust them after your marriage?
Correct. Yeah, then you're always going to be looking over your shoulder and checking their phone, and
Yeah.
it's just so tiring, like a tiring existence. Nobody has the emotional labor to do these things, okay? But
Yes.
yeah, that's why, for lack of appreciation, to talk about your point just now, for lack of appreciation, that's why I say things like, maybe they even stop being nice and saying things like please and thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, or like small things, yeah, to just show
Yeah.
that you appreciate that person. Don't take anybody for granted, right? If you really like somebody, or even like sometimes these people get, like couples or if you're in a relationship, right, it can be possible that you get too comfortable with each other to the point that you take them for granted, and you think that you don't need to say all these things anymore. Then you end up treating your friends better than your girlfriend's as boyfriend, and that's really bad. Yeah, so that's why it's also like you need to take a step back and reflect on.
But it's
Yeah.
something that if it's still at the early stages, right, it's not,
Mm.
to me, it's not really a deal breaker yet.
Yeah.
There is still chance to fix it because communication is key. If
Mm.
someone, if you confront someone about this, they acknowledge that yes, it exists, and they are actively working to
Mm.
prevent it. I think it's something that's quite applaudable as well.
Correct. But if they're just like,
Yeah.
no, I don't care, you're
Yeah, if they
not going
brush
to
it off, then yeah,
change.
that is instant red flag,
Yeah,
like instant deal
instantly
breaker. I mean, it starts
bye.
as a red flag, but if they keep brushing
Mm.
off your concerns, then it becomes a deal breaker.
Yeah,
That's
if
true.
you tell them and then they say, okay, I will change, then they still never change. Then cannot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Mm-mm.
But I have a controversial take on the lack of
Oh,
trust.
what?
This is quite controversial. It's more like for Singapore.
Okay, okay.
So some time ago I did like read up some stuff. You know how in Singapore there's this women's charter law.
Yep,
If you don't know
yep.
what it is, right, it's basically you have to split your assets. I think it's 50-50
Mm-hmm.
if you have a divorce with your wife, as in
Sure,
the guy
sure.
has to split his assets 50-50 if you split if you divorce with the wife.
Sure, sure.
And I don't, and that this law usually only happen when the woman sues the guy after the breakup, the divorce.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
And it becomes quite severe where like Singaporean males are
Mm-hmm.
starting to not trust their partner as much because of this law, that
Huh.
the fact that they could be working very hard after their marriage, and then because their partner decided to be an ass, not treat you well, and
Mm.
then you just at some point just say enough is enough, you divorce and go
Mm.
your own ways. And then
Mm-hmm.
next thing you know, right, your ex-wife just came over with this law, slap you in the face and say, I want 50%.
Mm.
Can you
You.
imagine you work really hard for it, and maybe your wife is a housewife taking care of
Mm.
family, but at
Mm.
maybe your wife during the marriage did maybe the bare minimum as a wife, like just
Mm-hmm.
cooking you meals from time to time,
Mm.
and that's about it. And because they at some point has provided responsibility in the family, they have the rights to invoke this law and the law will force you to split your assets 50%
Uh.
to them. And it's quite controversial because
Mm.
to some extent, yes, this it can become a lack of trust for the male side in a marriage.
Mm.
And then also, I think what Daryl mentioned, that prenups is not valid in Singapore, which is also true. You can have a prenup, which, okay, again, if you guys don't know what prenups are, they are basically an agreement you sign before marriage to indicate that in the event that you split off in the future, the marriage basically ended, then everyone gets to keep their assets or to whatever agreement that was agreed inside. But the thing is, in the court of law in Singapore, prenups are not recognized. As in, they are recognized as legal documents, but the law does not require you to follow whatever is inside. So
Ah.
the judge can just say that, oh, your prenup is not valid,
Oh, I
then
didn't know
you still
about
have
that.
to follow the woman's charter law and the guy will still lose.
I didn't know about
So
that. Yeah.
yeah, this is a very controversial thing. There is no
Mm.
right or wrong. Please
Mm.
don't blame women for this, because the laws designed to protect women for like from
Yeah, yeah.
abusive
I can
partners.
see why there's this law, and I can also see why, like, I don't know much about this, lah, but I can see from what
Yeah.
you explain, I can see why the law is there, and I can see why people will be unhappy with it. Yeah. But that's why it's very important that before you even marry that person, yeah, it's very hard, of course, but
Yep.
it's very hard to make sure you are marrying so-called the right one, or the person who will not betray your trust in that sense, and like just come in and take all your stuff. Yeah, but I can see why it's there, lah. It can be, it really, to me, right, it should be a case by case basis, right? Yeah, depends on the situation and what happened in that particular relationship, because the woman might need all those things to take care of her children if she's going to be the main one in charge of taking the children. So she might need the like money or assets or whatever. That's why that law is there. But I can
Yep.
also see why it is unfair. Yeah.
It can be abused, lah. That's
It
the
can be
main
abused
issue.
for sure.
Yes.
Yeah. But I can see why it's there, because traditionally women are the one, like in the past, women are the one always like in charge of taking care of the children, and men are always the one working. So then they would need, but nowadays it's different. In the past it works lah, because men are the sole breadwinner and women don't work at all, then they have no income. Then how do you expect them to take care of their children? Because again, back then women were expected to take care of the children, only women. But nowadays times have changed, right? Both men and women are working, both of them are also expected to take care of the children. So yeah, this is, I think, if I'm hearing it right, I don't know, I'm not actually reading the law lah, but if I'm hearing the issue right, it sounds like it's just another case of the law is not catching up lah with modern times. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
So
Yeah.
that's one, I guess, one
a
very
lot of
controversial take on the trust in a
it
relationship.
has to be
if
case
that's
by
all.
case lah. Yeah, it
Yes.
cannot just be like everybody gets half. To be fair, right? Outdated law. There are a lot of laws that don't catch up with modern society because we are progressing so fast, right? There are a lot of like things that even last time cyberbullying, cyber crimes, right? It took a while for the law to actually criminalize all these things, right? So actually
After
a lot
a
of
few
people,
years as well.
yeah, a lot of people got away with all these things. Yeah. If you're ahead of the curve, you get away. Yeah. But yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, this one is just a very quick slide. I mean, this is just what I think should be done. But again, you know, advice is always just take with a pinch of salt, okay? Depends on the situation, depends on yourself, your relationship, depends on a lot of things, okay? But to me, right, okay, of course, the first thing to do is to spot the red flags, right? After you spot the red flags, really, then after you identify the red flags, you see if it's consistent behavior, problematic behavior, and not just icks, okay? Maybe you want to write down what happened. Maybe you want to think about how it made you feel. So do some reflection. Step away from the problem and calm down first, okay? Step 1 is identify the problem, think about it, be calm, reflect first, okay? Yeah. Then step 2 is talk to your partner about it. Have a productive conversation. Tell them how you feel. Use I statements, which means say I feel this way. Don't tell them you do this to me. Like don't try to put the blame on them. Say I feel this way because why. So tell them how you feel, and maybe y'all can work out solutions. Okay. And maybe before you talk to your partner, you can also talk to your friend, but a friend who has good advice, not the friend who is a bit crazy. Yeah. And of course, when you talk about it, listen to what they have to say, because remember episode 3 about communication, about being a good communicator. So remember to listen and empathize. And of course, if they're unwilling to listen or empathize, then of course there's a deal breaker. Just bye. Then the third step, if y'all can come up with solutions and stuff, right? Maybe a possible solution is like, you know, remember to set healthy boundaries, ask for space. Remember you can say no. Remember you have a right to privacy. Remember you deserve someone who respects you. Remember to stick to your boundaries and don't keep shifting the goalposts. Like if you say this, it just means this is this, don't change. Okay, stick to your boundaries. These healthy boundaries that you have set after you propose the solution, you have boundaries, right? Stick to those boundaries. Because you cannot shift or alter the boundaries just because you love them. You have to love yourself also, or actually you have to love yourself more. Okay. And then the last thing is, if all else fails, you just leave. Okay, keep in mind that you can just leave. Don't settle for someone who disrespects you. Yeah, that's the last part. I put potato here.
It's like the Chinese, the saying in Chinese, right? What was it? The 勉强是没有幸福。
对，勉强是没有幸福的。So
You
don't
shouldn't
force
force
it.
yourself into a relationship or any ship just because you want something to work out. If it doesn't work out, it's fine. You don't have to make it work.
Yeah, so 勉强是没有幸福的。You force it, you're not gonna be happy. Yeah, it's not something that will bring you happiness. The yellow tone is a yellow card. Red flag, time to eat. Yeah, Subway is a good place to talk about your partner. To talk to your partner. No Subway. I feel if you talk to your friends about relationship problems, you're not seeking advice. You're seeking validation though. Yes, correct. So that's why when I was saying just now, if you talk to your friends, right, don't talk to those so-called like just now I said don't talk to crazy friends. I should have explained better. Don't talk to those friends who will just like egg you on. Like talk to those friends who are the kind of friends who are calm and rational. That's what I mean by don't talk to crazy friends. But talk to those kind of friends who will do their best to try to listen to you, or maybe see things from the other person's point of view. Yeah, and then figure it out together. Like those kinds of friends, maybe wise friends, if you think that you have friends who seem very wise, beyond their years, that kind of friend, yeah, maybe you talk to those kind of friends. But if you talk to those kind of friends who will just immediately take your side and be like, yeah, break up with them, when actually that's not what you want a solution, right? then maybe don't talk to those friends. Yeah, so it depends what kind of friends okay. Yeah, so that's what I mean by so-called crazy, in a sense that they will just jump to conclusions and defend you when you don't want that. It depends what you want, right? If you should know your friends lah, okay? Like you go to which friend for what kind of advice, or you go to which friend because you just want them to defend you. Yeah, depends on what you want at that moment. Yeah, if you are really set on breaking up with that person, then you just talk to that friend who you know will have your back one. Yeah, but if you don't want to break up with the person, you want a solution, then you talk to that friend who seems like wise. Yeah, something like that. That's what I meant. Sorry, I never say properly.
It reminds me of that one friend I have, right? That at the start, when you want to ask him for advice, right, he will ask you this one question: "What do you want me to tell you?" Right? It makes sense now, because if you have already made up your mind, right, you just want someone to validate your decision. You don't want someone to speak from the bottom of their heart and give you actual advice on what you want, what you should do. You just want people to say, "Oh, okay, you should do this because you are right."
Yeah, because so sometimes you also just want a listening ear, right? Or sometimes you just want a shoulder to cry on. Yeah. So sometimes you need to be clear, like, yeah, I just want to spill all this information, or like I just want to spill my emotions to you, but don't tell me a solution. I just need a shoulder to cry on, that sort of thing. Yeah. It's also good to tell your friend. Like, communication are very important, whether with your friend or with your partner, your girlfriend, boyfriend, whoever. Talk to SD. Talk to me on stream. Later she charge per hour. Yeah. But yeah,
you should
just
go get like a part-time psychology certification or something, right?
yeah.
And then you can just start charging people to do this.
I'm not qualified, okay? Whatever I say
that's
here.
Right. Go get a certification. Then you are qualified and you can charge for this on stream.
Oh my goodness.
Or private.
No,
if they pay more, you get it private. If not, then it's on stream thing.
Wow, no.
I don't know. Hey, it's a good idea. Okay, but I'm moving on.
Wow, potato. Always thinking about ways to earn money. Love guru. This one, when I was in primary school, I called myself a love guru already, but it was just for fun. Okay. Wait, secondary school. Sorry, not primary school. Primary school, I don't know anything. But it was just for fun. Yeah. But anyway, the main thing is you communicate, okay? Then through the communication, through the conversation, you can find out if maybe it's just a miscommunication, maybe it's just a difference in opinion, maybe your partner is just feeling very stressed, maybe anxious, maybe your partner is feeling very depressed, or experiencing some kind of trauma from a previous relationship. So like, yeah, or maybe it's really just a difference in values and then you just break up more. Yeah, so but that's why it's very important to find out and talk about it. Yeah, to find out if the red flag is actually a deal breaker, or is actually just a one-off thing, a miscommunication, is something that can be solved. Yeah. Time of the month, yeah, maybe. Maybe time of the month for even guys can also experience time of the month in terms of like mood swings type of thing, or like hormonal stuff. Okay. Yeah. The tagline come to fruition now. Yeah. Correct. If you have past trauma from previous relationship, you shouldn't carry it to a new relationship. You should warn yourself first. Oh my god, Daryl, that is exactly right. That is what episode 2 is about. About confidence and self-love and working on yourself first. Correct. Yeah. So that's why it's still the best case scenario, or the more responsible thing to do lah. It is to work on yourself first. Yeah. And then, because you kind of, if you're not over somebody, then if you get into a new relationship again, it could become a rebound as well. Yeah. And it's just not fair to the other person, right? Then you're not treating the other person well. You know, you're not treating them right. So yeah, Dara, I agree with you 100%. Okay, this is just another quote, okay? That growth is noticing red flags and saying to yourself, this is not for me, okay? Remember that to release this fantasy, you know, don't think that I can fix him, I can change her, okay? It's no. It's a fantasy that your goodness, your kindness, your patience, your compassion, you can change somebody. No, because put yourself first. Your mental health is very important, as y'all can probably see nowadays, right? A lot of mental health issues. Yeah, so choose your own mental health first, because if you cannot take care of yourself, how do you take care of other people? Okay, so the idea like you can fix someone or change someone is just a fantasy. And like I said just now, you're not a social worker, you're not a therapist, you're not that person's mom or anything. Yeah, just this is a quote from a therapist. Yeah, by the way, this is not what I say, yeah, but I just quote the professionals. Yeah, you never know whether that person might go back to the ex, correct, while in a rebound relationship is gonna hurt the new partner, and the new partner is just innocent. Correct. Yeah, they all agree with this, right? Like the idea like you can fix somebody, it's just like, no, it's not on you to fix a person. If the person needs to be fixed, he or she needs to fix themselves. It's not on you. Yeah, maybe you can help as a friend, but if the person needs fixing, they're not ready for a relationship yet. Yeah, fixing lah, quote unquote. Yeah. Okay, actually, because it's been quite a long stream already, I think 3 hours, and actually I said it would
We
take.
started late.
We started late,
Yeah.
is it? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I think right, we will actually move to the Q&A first after this slide. Okay, so and I will go for a short break because I need to pee. So we will go to the Q&A after this, but I go and pee first. Okay, so I'll be right back. Yeah, I need to pee. I drank a lot of water. Thank you so much for the hydrate.
Yeah, we can get the viewers to fill in their
Yeah,
responses.
fill in your responses. I'll be right back. Ooh, hand fart. Did you hear the hand fart?
I heard it from Discord. A bit,
Oh,
like a
wow.
slight bit.
Wow, you can even hear it from Discord. Wow. Okay. That's wet. I just went to the toilet. I washed my hands. This is proof that I washed my hands, guys. Okay, I think so. We go to the Q&A first now, okay? Wait, discussion Q&A time. Okay, let's see if there are any responses. Remember to type exclamation mark Q&A if you want to, tell me stuff, share with everybody, and you can be anonymous if you want to. Just, you know, just a reminder that you can be anonymous. Okay. Wait hang on, sorry, I a bit sick, so I do things slowly. Hold 1 week already? What do you mean? Something went wrong. Hello, Google Drive doesn't want to load. Give me a second. Oh, I hold a fart for 1 week. No lah, ew. No. I have been farting a lot. Nobody needed to know that. Why did I tell you that? I have farted a lot. Who doesn't fart? I think I fart once at least every day. At least once. Oh, Shadow was here just now and then she left. I am full of gas and rubbish. I'm full of shit. Okay, let's see if there are any responses, guys. And let's see. We're still accepting responses, okay? Let's see. Okay, are you guys still here? Those people who may have responded quite early on. Hopefully you are still here. Is this the form? Let's see. Is this the one? Here we go. Okay, wait. Wow. Wait. Make it bigger. Okay. Let's go up first. Okay, this is our form called Q&A episode 5. Every time we just have Q&A episode 1, 2, 3, 4. Now it's 5. It's actually more or less the same form, but this time I included a specific question like what are your icks, what are your deal breakers, things like that. Okay, so if you want to share, please feel free to share, because like I said, all these things are very subjective. So just now I shared some of mine. Like I say, my ick is like somebody who wants to bring me to eat Subway sandwiches, but that's very subjective and personal to me, right? Like, yeah. So if you have your own personal subjective icks or red flags or whatever, you can share. Episode 5 really, episode 4 feels like yesterday. It was last week. Yeah, we have back-to-back episodes in terms of like 1 week after another. Cool. Yeah, but next week don't have really, okay? Because somebody never get back to me yet. And then I haven't find more people. Yeah, so yeah, sorry guys, because I was sick, and then when you're sick everything just slows down. Okay, but anyway, this person says, yeah, love bombing is a red flag, and we kind of did cover that. Yeah, love bombing is kind of scary, like everything's happening so fast so soon. And then deal breaker is too religious. That's also the same for me. Yeah, I went holidays in March. That's why March nothing happened, because I was busy planning the holiday and going on a holiday. Yeah, what do you guys think? I kind of agree with this person's comment so far. Wait, oh, there's a question here though. Potato, maybe you can also answer this question. What is this? Oh wait, maybe Potato can answer this question. Wait, what? If you had to pick one, which one would you pick? 6-figure salary, 6 feet tall, or 6 inches?
This is a very classic question.
What? I've never seen this question before. Of course, the first one. Money.
So you are willing to, if your partner is a 4 feet tall person, yeah, fine?
I've dated someone shorter than me before. I'm fine. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm fine. I mean not. I mean, just as long as, I mean, this, according to this option, that means the person is not 6 foot tall. That's about it, right? That's fine. Yeah. But money is going to be useful if you want to start a family, or if you want to, you know, go travel and just not have to worry. Okay, to me it's not about the materialism or whatever, it's just if you have money then you don't have to worry so much, right or not? You have one less thing to worry about in your life, and money can be a very huge thing to worry about. Yeah, and if you have money then you don't have to worry about that, and you wouldn't have like those kind of financial problems or quarreling with your partner over money, things like that. Money is one of the things that actually cause people to get divorced or break up. Yeah, so actually money can, it's not the key to happiness or anything, but it does really help, right?
It mitigates the things that causes unhappiness.
Correct. Then if you fall sick or whatever, you don't have to worry like, oh no, I can't pay hospital bills, things like that. Yeah, so it's having the money can, help you a lot. Yeah, money, let's go. Hey, Jason is still here. This is Jason, right? I saw the name at the bottom. mm. What about you, Potato?
I
I
think I have
mean,
very similar.
excluding the last option.
In today's society, anything's acceptable. But
Mm.
I think we share very similar the logic behind this.
Mm.
Money, yeah. I mean, you can see like my personal goals. I chase money for my career, so I
Correct. I
obviously
know.
pick money here.
So that's your priority. So would you be okay if your partner is like less ambitious or doesn't want to chase money because like different life goals?
Uh they don't have to chase lah, but they still need to have that financial
Financial.
independence.
Okay, can.
Yeah, then I'm
So
fine.
so it's not a deal breaker for you like if they're not ambitious or
Yeah.
chasing. Okay. For some people it is lah, but yeah, for you it's not. Depends lah, right?
I think
See?
too much money, right? The quarrel goes elsewhere as well. It's not
That's true. Oh
if you balance
yeah.
your problems in different baskets, right? You will argue about different things, and at least you get many small problems rather than one huge problem.
Yeah, that's true. Not pretty or handsome how? According to my husband, I've dated many ugly guys. I
You see
don't.
one of them.
No lah, he would think that all of them are uglier than him, because he's confident in himself. No, but like, this handsome pretty thing is very subjective also, right? And I would say yeah, sure. I didn't date guys that were conventionally attractive, so that I would say yeah lah. I'm not that. In terms of that, to me, that's not a very important thing. Like in terms of prettiness or handsomeness, yeah. It's I need to connect with that person on other levels lah. Like the chemistry is like maybe intellectual chemistry. It's not so much on I see your face and I like it. Yeah. Older than you like a lot, then how? Honestly, it's if someone is older than me by a lot, I feel like it's still not so bad. It's the main thing is you can get along with that person. You can vibe. You can share that chemistry. Yeah, it's not about the age, but of course, if older than me by a lot, the problem would be people would be judging and thinking that I'm a gold digger or something. Yeah, that's the problem. But I personally think that we shouldn't judge. If somebody is attracted to somebody who is older than them by a lot, I think for a girl to be dating a guy who is older than them, and they're all adults already then I mean that's their own choice, and we don't judge lah. Like we try our best not to judge. But of course, if the age gap is too big, I don't even think that I will be attracted to that person in the first place, because there was this guy I told y'all about, right, that I rejected, that he was much older than me and he was writing in essays. Like it's just, if someone is from a much older generation, or he's not even that much older, I just really cannot get along with him. So yeah, it's very hard to say. But if other people want to go for like really much older men, then like who am I to judge also, right? That's their choice. Old cow eat soft grass. they will judge him for wanting to go after a younger girl. Yeah, correct. So like if you go for that kind of relationship, it will just be a lot of judgment. And you have to be prepared for that. Yeah. And I'm thankful I'm not in that situation where, you know, I fell in love with somebody and then I have to put up with, you know, all the judgment from society. Yeah. Potato, you want to add on to anything in the chat?
Uh, I don't know. I think appearance is not too much of a problem for me. Never really looked that way. I don't see the need to.
Mm. That's good, that's good. So all these things to us lah, they are not deal breakers. Yeah. But again, depends on the person. If you think it's very important, if you think looks are very important, then again that's
Maybe
your choice.
if your career is based on appearance, then to some extent maybe you need your partner to be of a certain standard to match with you for like publicity and everything. But
yeah,
I
maybe
mean, I'm like a nobody. I don't need any of this.
Correct, me
I
too.
just need my life to be as like fun or as livable as possible.
Yeah, and also all these things looks will go away with age. So
Oh yes.
to me it's not important. Yeah. As long as the attraction is still there, you know? And attraction doesn't mean like attracted to the looks, but you could be attracted to somebody's brain, attracted in terms of their personality, their character, their values. So those things I'm attracted to as well. For example, one guy I dated, a lot of people say he's ugly lah, okay? But but he was super kind and helpful. So that is what I'm attracted to at that time. I mean, I still am lah, but as in that's why I was with him. But it's not because he handsome or whatever, okay? Your girlfriend is older than you? Wow, nice. How much older, if you don't mind sharing? But it's okay if you don't want to share. But yeah, that's nice, right? Some guys want an older woman. Yeah. It could be difficult to date an older woman. Like, people again might judge you for that. But if you're completely fine doing so, that's great. Go for it, right? 2 years? Okay, 2 years. Yeah, that's fine. Go for it, right? Yeah. If you guys, you know, want to date someone, like as a guy want to date a girl, you want your girlfriend to be older than you, that's fine also, right? If a girl is dating a guy who is younger than her, that's also fine. Like, of course, as long as everybody is an adult, okay, yeah, that is fine. Brain, time to run away because you might wake up to your partner doing live brain surgery. No, not that. Okay, what are things you consider to be red flags? Okay, this person said being too good to be true. Too good to be true. Again, very subjective, right? Because maybe based on past experience, you had a bad experience, like somebody was too good to be true, and then now that to you is a red flag. Yeah. But it sounds quite could be subjective lah, but to me maybe a bit sad. Sounds a bit sad. Because it sounds like you cannot trust people. Like maybe they are really very good to you and they're very nice to you because they like you. But yeah, I guess it could be considered a red flag to some people. Love bombing again, yeah. Love bombing, definitely a red flag. Showing disrespect to stranger like waiter. Yes, we also covered that. If you're rude to wait staff, right? It's like, why? They are just trying to serve you your food. You should never be rude to waiters because what if they spit in your food or something? That's just a joke that goes that like I see a lot online. But also just why? They're just trying to do their job and serve you, right? So there's really no reason for you to be rude to them, especially since yeah, they're just doing their job. Or like rude people who are rude to cashiers or any kind of service staff. Yeah. Deal breakers is do not like animal. Yeah, 100% agree. I don't know if Ollie Gamer Boy is still here, but I 100% agree. I once dated a guy who didn't like animals. Obviously didn't work out, but now I am with a guy who loves animals and it's working out. So like, and if you don't like animals, I'm just like, I think, I mean, that's fine if you don't like animals, but I just think I cannot date somebody who doesn't like animals after the bad experience I had. And also, it's just something that is very close to my heart. Like, I think animals are a very important part of my life. Animals are very important to me. So, yeah. 100% agree. Never mess with people who deal with food. Yeah, what if they spit in your food, poison you, do anything like... I don't know, man.
You're thinking too much, but just generally, if you have worked in F&B, you will understand the struggles of like this kind of weird stuff and people that
Yeah,
deals with like
customer service people also,
customer
right?
service.
Yeah,
Yes.
any like front facing stuff. But like, I have never worked in F&B before, but I would say it's just about being considerate or courteous and polite.
Basic respect.
Yeah, it's just basic respect.
Yeah.
Correct. You're right. It's an animal lover clip. Yeah. There's a clip of him saying he's an animal lover. I can use that over here. Okay, we look at the next response, and you can still submit responses. Okay. Oh wait. I'll never date anyone who never worked in retail or F&B before. Oh really? I would say I never worked F&B before, but I worked like at
You deal with kids.
I deal with
That's
kids.
worse than F&B.
I worked at one cat cafe before, like just for one day. But is that considered F&B slash retail? Not really, because we didn't really serve any food.
Isn't it a cat cafe?
But it's called cat cafe because I didn't serve any like food there, so I was just handling
you tell
the
people
cats.
you work in cat cafe before.
Yeah, so
It's
does
still the
it
same.
count as retail or F&B? I don't even know, man.
F&B, I would say.
F&B,
You are
but
not selling the cat, so it's not retail.
what does it count as? Because seriously, I didn't serve any food though. I just pick up the cats and play them, and I talk to the customers like, yeah.
But the establishment is F&B, so good enough.
Yeah. After doing that, I'm just like, nope. This is bad. It's just so tiring, right? Hey, QBC, how are you? Hello. Welcome in. We're talking about red flags. This is the Q&A section. This person says that giving comments on every single thing, like criticizing the things I do. Oh, that's annoying. Yeah,
I feel like this person's tolerance is quite high if this is a ick.
Yeah.
This is an instant red flag to me. If you criticize everything I do, right?
Everything,
goodbye, man.
every
Goodbye,
single
talking to you.
thing. Yeah, that's the like the keywords here. Every single thing. How can it be every single thing? Then that person sounds like just a hater. Just sounds like the person just doesn't like me. And how can I hang out with somebody who doesn't even like me? We can't even be friends, much less date, right?
Yeah.
So oh, it's you, Miwi Pause. You have very high tolerance. Hey, you're good. QVC, that's good to hear. Things have been well. How about you? I'm good too. I'm just a little bit sick today, so sometimes I mute myself to cough, okay? Yeah, so if I'm suddenly muted, y'all... Yeah. And I'm like covering my mouth, y'all know why. Yeah. But yeah, okay, so what are red flags? Not respecting boundaries, for sure. Controlling behaviors, for sure. Still talking about exes or lack of communication on their side. Yeah, communication is super important. It's like on top of everything, right? Like you need to have very good communication skills lah if you want to, if you want things to work out, right? Still talking about exes is a bit of a red flag for sure as well. Yeah, I mean they can talk about exes a little bit, but not so much to the point that it becomes a red flag, right? Or they can talk about exes if you ask them specifically, like you want them to share, you want to find out what's their dating history, yeah, or like, but if they keep talking about it, even though like they are not prompted, or they talk about it like in a sad way, like they still miss them, that's a super huge red flag though. Yeah.
Could be a deal breaker.
Yeah, could be a deal breaker.
Yeah, maybe they are just using you as an emotional cushion.
And then again, another rebound.
Yeah.
Red flags, casting spells on cats. Is it a red flag? No, what are you talking are you talking about? What's that? Hogwarts Legacy? Yeah, can't tolerate that. Yeah. Ooh, Dealbreakers is hating animals. Yes. Holy shit, yes, 100%. I've learned from my lesson after dating a guy who doesn't like animals, right? Oh no, I will never do that again. I mean, I would never do that again, because obviously. But yeah, I will also not recommend. Okay, what other icks do people have? Smoking slash vaping. Vaping is illegal, guys, in Singapore. Don't vape. Don't you guys do it? Or don't tell me that you do it. Okay, if you are in Singapore, it's illegal. I don't want to get into trouble. Yeah. It's therapeutic to cast spells on cats. Only cat is also illegal in SG, but it's a kind of thing that they don't really enforce. But vaping is illegal in Singapore, okay? Buying, selling, everything is illegal. Yeah. Do you know, right, in the news they also reported that even primary school kids have started vaping. Which is like, what? In primary school, I'm like, huh?
The result of bad parenting.
In primary school, we are not even thinking of that. We're just thinking of PSLU. Where got time to vape? Like, oh, what's happening? I don't know. But yeah, it was reported in the news that primary school kids, and of course secondary school kids are also doing it lah. But when they say primary school, I'm like, what? Primary school also? And then, typical shit lah, like they go to the toilet to vape. Or then they go and buy illegally, and then I don't know lah. It was all in the news. Okay, you all can read. Maybe it was Straits Times or Channel News Asia. Yeah, and then like the schools even have metal detectors to check if the students have vapes on them. Like, wow. It's crazy. It's way too easy to get access to vape now. Yeah. It's funny, right? Because it's illegal, but it's so easy to get access to it. It's like, it doesn't seem illegal, but then it is. Serious shit, yeah. I saw secondary school people vaping outside MRT. What? It's illegal, but then they're just doing it out in the open. I was like, bro, how? What the hell? Like, yeah. And you know that, are they in uniforms also? Because then they're gonna get into trouble. Okay, but what are red flags? Too focused on regional or belief. Oh, regional? Or do you mean like religion?
Religion.
I think it means
And
they mean
beliefs,
religion.
maybe.
Too focused on religion. So if someone is too religious, it can be considered a red flag, because if you're not the same way, yeah. Deal breakers, no common interest. Oh, that's very interesting, yeah. Because we didn't talk about that as a deal breaker just now.
Maybe they consider it a deal breaker. But I think this is a very niche
Correct.
thing. Most people can accept that their partner have different interests.
Okay lah, but no
you.
common interest at all, then can be quite scary. Then what do you talk about?
It's like it's very hard to not have a single common interest.
Yeah.
I feel
Correct.
maybe unless you don't count the very very typical ones, like just want to settle down. There's really a lot. Like, anything can be an interest, really, but or like like to play games or socializing, very common ones. I'm sure you can find something that is common.
Yeah, but I get that if you have completely no common interest, which is very rare that it ever happens lah. But if that is the case, then maybe, yeah, sure, it's a deal breaker. But if you have some common interest and some that are not, that's the most ideal, right? Because like you can share conversations or interests with that person, plus you also find out about other things that they like, and you don't necessarily have to take part in it. It's like you get to hear about it still, so it's cool. This is a question, should you change for your partner, or how much of a change do you think is acceptable? You shouldn't change for anybody, you should change for yourself. That's the main thing that I immediately think of. Like, you shouldn't change for somebody else. You should change because you want to be a better person. So you should be changing for yourself. Yeah. What do you think? That's my instinct. to like that's my instinctive answer, but
In a sense, you can change for your partner, provided that, again, what you mentioned, the change has to be what's good for you. Don't change because you are forced to change. Change because you think that's a good development for
for
yourself,
you, correct? Yes,
and in the process benefit your partner as well.
partner. Yeah, then it's just a
So
win-win, right?
yeah, if
Mm.
you follow by that rule, then honestly there's no limit, just keep growing, and
Then y'all grow
as long as you don't screw
together.
up, then it's all good.
Y'all grow together like plants, like trees.
Yep.
Yeah. Or like vines intertwine and grow together. That's the best the best case scenario. But don't change for your partner in terms of like, especially if your partner is like controlling or toxic, and then they're like, you have to change for me. Then it becomes very forced, right? Yeah. So you have to ultimately it has to change comes from within. You don't. It's not. Yeah, even if external forces are pushing you towards that change, if you're just very stubbornly refusing to change, or deep inside you're like, you know, clinging on to things that you believe are right and you are not willing to change, then there's also no point. Yeah,
Yeah.
you have to want to change. Yeah, for yourself, for your own growth. Okay, this is a new response from somebody else. Okay, they say Icks makes bubble tea. Oh, makes bubble tea travel or pets her personality. Oh, okay. At first I thought makes bubble tea is an ick. Then I'm like, you wouldn't date someone who makes bubble tea. So if boba is your entire personality. Okay, I got it. Or like horoscope is your entire personality. Or travel or pets is your entire personality. Okay. I get it. No baristas allowed. Yeah, no comment pictures is GG. I didn't read the whole thing. I was just like, ugh. I thought like the points are separated by the commas, but no, it's one whole sentence. Okay, so I would say that I feel like if something like this is your whole personality, then you haven't really experienced the world, or you haven't really like stepped out of your comfort zone yet, or haven't really grown much as a person yet. If you make one small thing in your life your entire personality. Yeah. Because I see that in kids and that's fine because they're kids. Like if a kid is obsessed with Spider-Man and Spider-Man is his personality, and then his like backpack and his wallet and his shirt is all Spider-Man, that's fine for a kid because he doesn't know much yet, right? He hasn't experienced life yet. Yeah, so yeah, that could be a bit icky. Cause yeah, when I think of this kind of person, I think of my students, unfortunately, and I don't want to date my students. It's just ick. Uh, do you have IRL student obsessed with Spider-Man? No, don't have. But I used to teach a student. Like I like to, since it is more of a like small group kind of thing, or like one-to-one even, it's a good chance to get to know the student, right? And you sort of have to build a relationship. Even like students, teachers in schools are told to build relationships with their many students, even though they have so many students in their classroom. So you will find out like what kind of person they are, what kind of personalities they have, and things like that, right? And some students don't really seem to have a personality yet, and that's fine because they're still young and growing. But since we are talking about dating as an adult, then it's kind of weird if you as an adult still don't really have you haven't developed that yet. Yeah. A lot of students are just obsessed with maybe a K-pop idol or something, and then their whole pencil case is just that. Their phone cover is that. Everything is just that. Yeah.
So this person doesn't like a crazy cat lady.
Crazy cat lady.
Yeah.
I mean, you can be a crazy cat lady but still have other things in your life. That's the thing. Yeah. I think that's this person's issue with.
Maybe they just have a very huge interest in one particular thing. and they decide to pursue that interest. So they have like pets for a job. They take care of pets as a job. They have pets at home. They travel with their pets and they go out every day with their pets
Wow.
and all.
Actually,
I mean,
I think I wouldn't, again, very subjective, like I would be fine with that, but I feel like you still need to be able to, that person still would need to be able to hold a conversation about other things other than pets.
oh yeah,
Yeah, if they
yes.
cannot, then definitely an ick.
Then
Yeah.
it becomes an issue. If not, then I think it's quite admirable to have
Correct.
a very deep interest in something, to even chase that interest as a career. It is very admirable.
It's
Yeah.
like you specialize in something, but you still need to know about other
Yeah.
things, like, yeah. Cannot
Yeah.
just be in your own bubble.
Potato give a green flag.
Green flag. My
Green flag.
personality is video games. No, no, cannot. You need to still know other things, not just one thing. Red flag, spendthrift or unwise with money. Yeah. I agree, 100%. I agree with this. Whoever you
Once in a
are.
while, lah. If you are constantly doing it, then
Oh, we have a raid.
ooh. Welcome
Raid.
Raiders.
Sorry, my alerts. I muted them for today's stream so that, because we are just mostly doing a talk show today. But hello, thank you for the raid. Thank you, Goof Guy, for the raid. Hello. What were you doing? Just chatting? Were you out and about, or like, yeah, what were you guys doing? Hi, Ernest. Hello, Raiders. Hi, Chocolate Lemon Tea. Welcome in. Hi. Thank you for coming in. We are talking about red flags. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. Sorry again, my alerts usually will make a sound, but today we're doing a talk show, so I mute my alerts when we do talk shows, okay? Yeah, just in case we're talking about something important and people wanted to hear it. Yeah, but usually alerts will have a sound. Desktop today played games and VR. Ooh, nice. What games? But yeah, Anita, thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, welcome to the stream. I'm ST and my cat is Shadow, and we have this ongoing series, sort of, which is yeah, about love and relationships, where we just talk about our experiences and opinions about dating, which, can be a chore sometimes, right? And can also be, it's very interesting to hear about different opinions and to share experiences with one another. Yeah. Hey, CTP, hello. How am I? I'm doing fine. How about you? Goof Guy is a red flag. Wait, why? wait, you need to back up your comment. Why is Goof Guy a red flag? You gotta play horror game. You stream horror game. Oh, I stream horror game. I play, huh? Oh, you got play horror game? Oh, what horror game? I'm the ultimate boyfriend. Wait, why? You guys are just saying these things though, but what makes you say that? Okay, so somebody submitted on the form. We have a form that you can fill in if you want to, take part in our discussion. And you can be anonymous about it. Like, you don't have to leave your username. So somebody said that a red flag is being a spendthrift or being unwise with money, and a deal breaker to them is if somebody smokes. Yeah. What do you guys think? Potato, what do you think?
Personally, for me, smoke is an instant deal breaker. Because, but I'm coming from a health perspective, like not because I think it's unhealthy, but because I cannot take smoke. I
I
have a
also
breathing issue.
cannot. Yeah, same.
If I smell smoke, I cannot really breathe. I already cannot breathe properly. Then you let me smell smoke, and then I'm just gonna suffocate as well.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
I'm the same. It's like when I smell smoke, I just start coughing already, right? And then, like you said, maybe I am on the verge of suffocating. And I already, on a normal day without smelling smoke, I might have trouble breathing. I start sniffling. Yeah, my nose acts up. So yeah, I agree 100% with this person who says smoking is a deal breaker. Like, sure, if you're my friend, you smoke, I don't care. But if you're gonna be my life partner, unfortunately,
No way. Yeah, I
no
cannot
way.
live with the
Yeah,
idea of smoking.
correct.
Yeah.
I just cannot. My lungs cannot take it, guys. Paper Bride? Oh,
You,
is
you
that the
can
name of a
say
game? Huh,
you can
sorry?
say that if they smoke, right, you can say this relationship is suffocating.
Oh man. Well, Paper Bride is the name of a game, is it? Suffocating in more ways than one, right? It's a, yeah, one word and many meanings to it. Oh, it's a Chinese horror mystery puzzle game. Is it scary? It sounds
Looks
scary.
kind of scary.
Yeah, it looks scary.
Oh my god.
Asian horror is scary. Yeah, usually. Because I had 6 girlfriends and all of them were caught by surprise when I told them their relationship couldn't continue. Wait, what? What happened? What happened? Why couldn't continue? What happened? Smoking harms health, so yeah, door is a red flag. Yeah. But to me, it's even more than a red flag. It's a deal breaker. But yeah, I cannot. Okay, let's look at the next one, yeah? Oh, this is actually the last one. Okay, last one. First question is, what are your icks? What do you consider to be icks? This person says gossiping too much. Do y'all agree? Is
To
y'all
an
like,
extent, yeah. To an
yeah?
extent.
Because I guess if you are dating someone and they get comfortable with you and you guys talk about everything, and then maybe when they gossip to you about their own friends and it's way too much, like if it's a little bit, maybe it's fine, right? Like, ooh, this interesting thing happened to my friend, and then I just tell you. But if it's just too much, could be annoying.
Yeah.
Yeah, permanent heavy BO, that's an ick. Yeah. What are red flags? Toxic
But
needs
red
to
flags are
be
toxic.
yeah, red flags
You have to
are
be more
toxic.
you have to be more specific.
Need to elaborate on that, but it's okay because we will have one whole episode on toxic relationships. Yeah. Okay, what are things you consider to be deal breakers? The problem being the problem themselves and they didn't know. Oh, so like if okay, a bit vague as well, but maybe if they are the problem in terms of let's say they lack empathy, and then they don't even realize that this is something that they need to work on. Okay, like, I can get why it is something that will be like, okay, or somebody is not self-aware, yeah, or self-reflective. I can get why that maybe this is like, and also, okay, this has to be, to me, if that person is not self-aware and then you already pointed it out to them, or you had like a serious heart-to-heart conversation and they still deny that they are the problem and they still say they don't know, or they just don't want to change, then yeah, confirm, definitely another deal breaker. Ooh, another question, sidetrack a little. Any red flags for friends?
I mean, any red flags that works in a relationship, less the romantic part, can be used for friends. Because a good partner is also a good friend. So yeah, like just cut off the romantic part, maybe.
Yeah, I would say if a friend, right, if you're telling, because just now we said if you lack empathy, right, if the partner lacks empathy or doesn't understand how you feel, that could be a deal breaker or red flag. I think that it goes that is the same for friends as well, because if let's say you're trying to confide in your friend in something really important to you, and again your friend doesn't empathize with you, then that's also kind of a red flag for friends, because as friends, especially if you all are close and then you want to share your problems with them, or you just need a listening ear, and then they just don't empathize or don't get it, or that could also be a red flag. Yeah, red flag in friends is when they disrespect your partner. Yeah, hey, that's true. Or some friends even disrespect you, or disrespecting your partner is a way of disrespecting you. Yeah. So the same thing, because we were talking about setting healthy boundaries, right? If you have these boundaries and your friends step over those boundaries that you've already set, then there's also a red flag in friends. Yeah. And the boundary could be like, you shouldn't do this to my partner. like what Daryl is saying, and then they overstep their boundaries. Yeah.
Yep.
So whatever we mentioned just now, right, you can flip it over. So just now I mentioned an example of the boyfriend not liking his girlfriend's friends. But if your friend doesn't like your partner, no matter who it is, and then you keep even you though you've dated like maybe many different people, but no matter who it is, they just don't like that person, that could also be a red flag. Or your friend is like very possessive of you. Yeah, it's a bit much, right? So if you just flip it over, it could also work the other way. Yeah, as a red flag in friends. Yeah. Anything else, like any like friendship stories you guys have? Or any I don't know, red flags in friends, since this was a question. Interesting question, by the way. Whoever you are, we don't know who because they didn't say who they are. It's optional. Yeah. This is an interesting question because the friends you make are also important. Yeah.
Friends can be more important than a partner
That's
because
true.
they will be around more to support you. I don't
Depends,
know.
right? Depends.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
really depends on the situation. But I mean, both are important. See what you value more, but you shouldn't
Mm.
neglect one just because you
Correct.
have the
Correct.
other. Yeah.
You that's very true. Wise words from potato. Yeah, you cannot neglect one just because you have the other in a. You cannot just be totally codependent on your partner, right? And then you neglect your friends because sometimes you need support from your friends, right? Like if you quarrel with your partner, or if somehow the worst case scenario is they are giving you the cold shoulder, they want to like break up with you or whatever, then you are left all alone with no friends, no support system. Yeah. Or if you only care about your friends, you don't care about your partner, then yeah, then your partner feels neglected. So yeah, you cannot neglect either way. You still need support from both. Yeah. Me and my girlfriend's friends don't get along. Why is that the case? Yeah. All of your girlfriend's friends, they don't get along with you? Or is it just a few? You know? Yeah. Because I was also in that situation where it was quite bad lah, but we broke up really, so yeah. Because it's kind of important, right? Like if you introduce your partner to your group of friends and all these people are all very important to you, then of course you want all these people to get along, right? Or at
Yep.
least not be hostile to one another. Yeah. Oh, she only has like 3 to 4 friends, so basically all. But why? What's their problem with you? Do you know? Or is it just personality clash or like I don't know, misunderstanding? Yeah.
It also depends on the the situation. Like if maybe you and your friends have known each other for very long, and then afterwards you got you got into a relationship, then you brought your partner to meet your friends. Normally in that scenario, I would trust my friend's opinion more than
Mm.
like if my friends deem that my partner is not, there's something wrong with my partner, I would take it seriously. I'll go and figure out, because
Mm.
I know my friends for long. If they are giving me something concerning, then I should go and find out why. Yeah, just a personal take.
Yeah, I sort of agree because depends on which friend. But your girlfriend has only 3 to 4 friends, so I don't know. But if it's me, yeah, if it's if it's a friend whom you know is like less serious, or a friend whom I've only known for a short while and they're like the joker type of friend, and then they say, hey, I don't like your boyfriend, I'm just be like, haha, I'm not gonna take you seriously, right? But if it's a friend who is the more serious type, who has known me for like 10 years or something, and then they say, hey, I don't like your boyfriend, then I'll take it seriously. Yeah. But personality clash, but I told her I just don't need to be friends with them. That's true. That's true. I'm not gonna interfere with the friendships you already have. That's true. Because okay, best case scenario is of course everybody gets along, right? But like, let's face it, not everybody's going to get along with everybody. There are just some people where, you know, you just cannot get along with them. It's just, I don't know, I've experienced this before. Like, somebody I met, they just don't like me, I just don't like them, and there's no explanation. I just don't know why this happens. Okay, so it's just personality clash, and that's fine. And you know, you guys can still exist, like coexist, but you don't have to be friends. Yeah, as long as you guys are still polite and not hostile to each other, it's just coexistence is fine. Yeah, I'm not necessarily friends with my husband's friends. Like, we're not close, we're more like acquaintances, and I don't see the need to be like super, you know, tight with them like this. Yeah. What about in-laws? In-laws is another story, Ranger. It also is very dependent on what kind of in-laws you have, right? Whether they are the super traditional kind or unreasonable, or whether they're understanding and nice. Yeah. Best case, your partner and friends get along, but I feel like don't need to force. Correct. If they don't get along, don't need to force. Yeah. Don't need. My husband is I don't know if I said this before, but he's like 100% introverted person. So if my friends come over, he does not want to be a part of it. Not because he doesn't like them, but it's just like he doesn't want to socialize. And I'm not going to force him to socialize. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's no need, right? I'm not the kind of person who is gonna be like, yeah, you must come with me to this social gathering and like talk to all my friends. Nah. It's fine. I have my own friends, you have your own friends, and that's fine. Yeah. Oh, your girlfriend is like a husband? Really? Is she also 100% introverted? Because I didn't think that was possible until I met my husband. I thought that it would be like spectrum, like some people are 90% introverted, some people are like 70% extroverted. I didn't think it could be 100% until I met him. Yeah. And I even asked him to retake the quiz, you know the 16 personalities quiz. They tell you like how many percent. Some people are ambivert, so they are always like 49, 51% introverted, extroverted. So they are like just in the middle. But he retook the quiz and still 100%. So I'm like, okay, I believe you. I'm not going to force you to do anything you're not anything you're uncomfortable with. I'm not going to force you, right? I'm just, I know what kind of person you are, and I know it doesn't mean that you don't like them or anything. It's fine. Yeah. Oh, we have one more response. If I'm not mistaken, we have one more response, and then now we are no longer accepting responses. Okay. Last response, yeah. Let's see this one. Who wrote this? What are things you consider to be icks? Me. What are red flags? Me. What are deal breakers? Me. How do I not be any of the above? Who is this? This is a Jokers, yeah.
This is your class clown.
It's class clown, yeah. Who is the class clown? I don't think we need to answer this. How do I? You're just saying that you're everything and you don't want to be you anymore.
Oh, it's very simple to know how not to be the above. Just, actually be serious about things and not take everything like a joke.
Yeah.
I'm sure you have eliminated half the issue. Yeah. There are times when you need to be serious. It's fine to joke around, but there are times when you need to be serious. If you can't do that, then it's a tragedy.
Wow, potato savage. She'll have minor nervous breakdown if there's too many people around. Okay. Then cannot force. Yeah, cannot force her to go into like big group settings and things like that. That is quite serious. Yeah, quite scary. In terms of like for her, she has maybe a lot of social anxiety. Yeah. Class clown, you teaching today? I mean, Ace likes to joke that it's a class, right? Class is in session, guys. If at the moment, Estie's husband knew you were the one when she accepted him for being 100%, maybe when I accepted him for being 100% introverted. I okay, you know, when we were dating, I know that we are both introverts, but I didn't know that he was more introverted than me, because like you can't actually tell sometimes you cannot tell, or in my case I couldn't tell that he was more introverted than me, because I mean, when you go out or you talk to people, you have to talk to people, right? You talk to strangers. Like, let's say you go on a date with somebody, right? And then you talk to the waiter, you talk to the service staff. You can't tell if someone is, you know, introverted or uncomfortable, because it's just you and the other person, right? But if you bring in your friends, like what Daryl was saying, like you bring in your girlfriend's friends in, or like if you live together and then you're like, hey, can I have people over? Then it becomes like you realize, yeah, the different level of tolerance you have for this sort of thing. Because I'm the kind of person who is always like bringing friends over to my house. Ever since I was in primary school, I was already like that. I'm just like, hey, come to my house, play PS1 with me. So, and then he's like, no, nobody's coming over to my house. So he's actually a lot more introverted than I was, and I didn't know at the time. Yeah, but I mean, it's fine because it's not an issue. Yeah, we just, you know, we have an understanding. Yeah. Yeah, PS1 in primary school, we play PS1, we play Street Fighter. I can't remember what else, but yeah. Okay, we actually close this already. No longer accepting responses, because if not, we will go on for a while, right? I can be quite long-winded. So yeah, actually we still have even more slides, guys. But I don't know if I'll guess you need to go and sleep first.
No, it's fine. I had a decent nap.
Back to like CNY, introvert just like to hide. Yeah. I'm like that also. Yeah, I'm an introvert who likes to hide. Oh, this one we just quickly talk about this, okay? Subscribe to YouTube, which is not really a thing. I don't do anything on YouTube, but if you want to, you can just click the button and then maybe I will upload things. I don't know. It's just a thing I'm putting out there, okay? Thank you for the hydrate, Ace. I have all the VODs of all of our episodes on Love Life Lounge, and I can just upload all the VODs there if you guys want to revisit episode 1 and 2. I don't know, not all the VODs are available on Twitch, but I really downloaded them so I can put them on YouTube. YouTube. Honestly, it's hard to date an introvert as an extrovert. Oh, you're an extrovert, is it? But I would say mutual understanding and personal space, yeah. I'm not even an extrovert, I'm also an introvert. I'm just less of an introvert than this introvert, and it's already, I wouldn't say it's hard lah, but there are some differences in our introversion. Yeah, but yes, correct, mutual understanding and respect for each other's personal space is very important in any relationship. But yeah, I think, yeah, extrovert and introvert will have a different set of problems. Can put YouTube short also. Wow, I don't know anything about YouTube, but maybe I'll go and upload the VODs there lah, just so you guys, if you guys want, right? Like, you guys told me maybe you guys want me to do this. I don't know. I still got a YouTube channel. I mean, it's just a channel that has always been there, but I don't do anything, and all my videos are like not, it's like very not very it's not really edited properly, and it's just very few views. It's just there for fun, for my own like memories and stuff, yeah. But I haven't been doing anything on there because like I'm more active on Instagram. Yeah. Will you say you're an ambivert introvert? Introvert. So according to that quiz, right, I'm like 70% an introvert. Yeah. But you're an extrovert, right? For sure. Since you mentioned the difficulty of dating an introvert. Can put some TikTok there also easier. Oh, true. Because actually it's the same, right? TikTok, Instagram Reels, and YouTube Shorts is the same format, and then you can put it everywhere. Yeah. Okay, but yeah, this is just there if you guys wanna... I don't know. I don't know what to do with this actually. Okay. This is the end. Thanks for watching. Credits are here. The presentation template is by who, what, where, why. It's all there. Okay, but for like bonus for fun, actually there are a few more slides if you guys are willing to stay up with me. But if not, it's okay. If Potato, you need to go, right? Yeah.
I can a while more is not a problem. I don't sleep so early anyway.
Wow, really? Because we are both sick, so I don't know, like...
But I napped. You didn't, did you?
I didn't.
Yeah.
But I'm
I
like...
had a 2 hours nap.
I'm recovering already lah, not so bad.
Actually, I'm feeling much better as well.
That's good.
Yeah.
Same format but need different strategies to succeed. Yeah, I don't even know how to succeed lah on any of the social media accounts that I have. It's just there if y'all want to follow. Yeah. Or if y'all have any suggestions, or if y'all know like how to, I don't know, so-called succeed or whatever, you can give me some ideas or strategies.
Maybe if you post more Zoomer slang.
Zoomer slang, holy shit.
Yeah.
I'm not a Zoomer.
That's why you have to fight with them.
So
that you can, bring in the Zoomers which are more online, like have more presence online.
I feel like I vibe with mostly millennials. Yeah. Around my age or older. Or slightly younger. Yeah, not Zoomers, man. But I kind of have to vibe with my students lah, so kind of have to. Okay, these few extra slides are just for fun. It is to just look at some Taylor Swift songs. Which could be an ick for you guys if you don't like Taylor Swift, okay? This one. Okay. Can y'all spot the red flags in her songs? Low-key calling us old. No, I just... Even in real life lah, I vibe with millennials around my age ma. Not just on Twitch. It's just... No, I'm calling myself old actually. Can go put podcast bot there to for got limit, right? Yeah, got. That's why I really downloaded the bot. Talk about love, then feel better. And credits sneak to next movie. Hold. How is ST a millennial? That's all you need to know. Thank you for the hydrate. Okay. Y'all know obviously Taylor Swift is known for all her love songs, right? And she talks a lot about a lot of red flags, okay, in her songs. So that's why I just thought I'd just bring out some lyrics. Even if you don't like Taylor Swift or whatever, it doesn't matter. This is just I thought, after so-called teaching something, then we can have an exercise. Oh my god, becoming a teacher on stream. Okay. After you learn about something, you have an exercise, right? Like, fill in the blanks or like fill, I don't know. In this case, not fill in the blanks, but it's just spot the red flags in the song lyrics. What do you mean becoming a teacher? I mean becoming a teacher on stream. Yeah, I'm totally 21. I'm totally 18. Whatever. Yeah. And whatever age you want me to believe, whatever age you believe I am supposed to be. Yeah, sure. I'm everything. Time to exercise. So you were teaching your students and not a teacher, huh? No, I'm a teacher. I'm saying I'm becoming a teacher on stream also. And okay. Look, these are some red flags that we talked about just now. If y'all pay attention in class, these are some red flags that we talked about just now. Can't redeem stand. Sorry, I'm sick. I don't want to stand. I'm sorry, I'm very tired. Okay, I paused a lot of redemptions today. I'm sorry. I will put them back when I'm well. Probably by next week. All of the redemptions will be back. Don't worry. Okay, but anyway. This one... Y'all know what is the red flag, right? Okay, the first song... I mean, these are the new songs from the new album. Whatever. It doesn't matter if you've not heard the song. Not important. Just look at the lyric. This is already a red flag, right? All these lines are just red flag after red flag after red flag, okay? So this song called I Can Fix Him. No, really I can. It is Taylor Swift being Delulu and thinking she's the red flag here, okay? If you have this mentality, like I said just now, if you have the mentality of I can fix this person, you are the freaking red flag, guys. Can you all see that? And then the lyric is basically they shake their head saying God help her when I tell them he's my man. That means everyone around her says her boyfriend is a red flag. And then she still doesn't listen. So that is another red flag. Like he's a red flag, she's a red flag, everybody's a red flag here. Like red flags everywhere. When is she not a red flag relationship? Okay, I mean I listen to her songs, but I don't care about her personal life. And you know what I mean? Like I can like the song and the music, but I don't actually care who she's dating. Or I know who she's dating lah, but that's because it's everywhere, all over social media and in the news. But I don't care who the guy is or what kind of person he is, or like we will never know what happens in her relationship. Yeah. But so I'm just looking at the lyrics in terms of just the lyrics. You know what I mean? But she's definitely this I in the song, of course it's her lah, but yeah, this I in the song is just she's a red flag. She's a red flag, attracting other red flags. Unfortunately, whoever, but like it's relatable. So yeah, her songs are nice, correct. But like, I think her love life is messy. Let's not talk about that. We will never know what really happened and who's the red flag and who did what. There's a lot of speculation, but yeah, let's not talk about or care about that because we will never know. Hey, Delta Fox, thank you for the hydrate. Hello, Delta Fox. Potato, you want to also play this game? What are the red flags in the song?
Okay, I can wave red flag. You can sing the song.
I don't want to sing. I cannot sing. I got a sore throat.
It's fine. You can just
I don't know how to
say
sing.
the lyric. You can talk.
I can talk. Okay, I talk. And the first line is you tried to buy some pills. That could be a red flag already. Cause like addiction to drugs or something. Then the next line.
But you're sick. You buy pills because
oh, cause I'm sick. Oh, true. Then maybe it's not a red flag. No lah, but not yet. Unless you're addicted to like cough syrup or something. Some people are. Then the next one is what? What's this? Okay, this line right says if rusting my sparkling summer was the goal. Oh wait, it's two lines. I just want to know if rusting my sparkling summer was the goal. Okay, this one is just that means the guy in her life is bringing her down, like ruining her summer. Again, another red flag because you don't want someone who brings you down. Okay, you want someone to lift you up, not bring you down. Okay. Then you hung me on the wall, stab me with push pins. Is like basically, of course, this person is. If you hang something on the wall, it's for decoration, yeah. And then that means this person is treating her like decoration or like a trophy, like want to show her off. Because the next line also says, "In public, showed me off." Okay, but then at the same time, even though he's showing her off, he is also hurting her, stabbing her. So this is again another red flag lah, treating her very badly. The actions and words don't align. Means like in public I treat you very well, but in private I treat you like shit. So this is a red flag also. Okay. I'm sure the pills is Viagra in this instance. Really? I have no idea lah. I mean this is really up to your interpretation. Yeah. Does ST bring down? I hope not. Then in public show me off, sang in Stone Oblivion is like mood swings, unpredictable, red flag. We mentioned that also. Then once your queen had come, you treat her like also red, which means like you treat her like a loser, even though you should treat her like a queen. Again, another red flag. All these just red flag after red flag after red flag. Okay, every line is just Reflect. There are no green flags here. Potato cannot raise his green flag. It's just no green flag.
Yeah, my green flag only raised once in the entire
Entire
talk
stream.
show.
Oh no. This one also is just all red flags, guys. These are the not so new songs. Just now it was all from the new album. Sang in Stone Oblivion, does it mean his popularity faded? It could mean that, but to me it feels like, you know, he's a character in public, right? And then treating her very nicely. Then in private, he's just like emo, you know? He's just a sad, depressed man, or like he's stoned, maybe he took drugs again. So he's just two different people. Yeah. So, which is quite, I don't know, concerning, right? Very scary. If you have to deal with a person who is like so different in public and in private. Yeah. This is like those YouTube channel analysis lyrics. Really? Is such a thing? We have different interpretations of these lyrics. Oh really? Okay. Because this song is called The Smallest Man Who Ever Lived. Yeah. So to me it's like she's saying this in simple words. The guy just treated her like crap and he sucks, and at the end she says you didn't measure up in any measure of a man, which a lot of people say like is a size joke, bedroom size joke, but it can also be, you know, yeah, you are not meeting like standards of how a man should behave, or like a gentleman, right? Yeah, but it's okay if we have different interpretations. That's fine. Yeah, that's actually interesting. Yeah, but and that's the point also about music or art. Like you look at one painting, or you look at a poem, or you read a book, and then there are like a whole bunch of different interpretations. It can mean different things to different people. Yeah, but to me it was just like I said, reflect after reflect after reflect. That's why I put it in the slides today. Yeah. This one, I don't know if you all like this song. A lot of people seem to like this song. Tolerate It. I also like this song, okay? But yeah, what do y'all think about these few lines? It says, this I think is the chorus. I wait by the door, I'm just a kid. Use my best colors for your portrait. Lay the table with the fancy shit and watch you tolerate it. If it's all
I would
right.
like to say that I've never heard any of these before.
Oh, you haven't?
Even
It's
though I
okay.
listen to some Taylor Swift songs.
It's okay,
I've
it's
never
okay.
heard of this
Those two
before.
are new songs, and this one is like these are not the super popular songs lah, I would say.
Yeah, I would agree as well.
But Tolerate It, she performed it at her concert. Yeah, so I think enough people might know this song. might. Or maybe there are some TikTok videos of her performing this song, so maybe there's a higher chance of people maybe knowing this song. But I still think, yeah, these are not the hits for sure. But yeah, it goes, if it's all in my head, tell me now, tell me I got it wrong somehow. I know my love should be celebrated, but you tolerate it. It's just, this whole song is just the guy is tolerating her, right? And she's just not appreciated. So the guy is the red flag, right? She is not being appreciated. And also just now we talked about deal breaker being like, if you're not appreciated, you feel it could initially be a red flag, and then if it keeps happening even after communicating, and then you know, it becomes like, yeah, you don't appreciate me, then bye, it's a deal breaker, bye, the relationship is gone. Yeah, Tolerate It, isn't it the guy who is a red flag? Yeah, it's the guy. Or is it her red flag love bombing? Ooh, I didn't think that it could be love bombing. To me it's not love bombing. To me it's like she is trying very hard to please the guy, but the guy just doesn't appreciate her. Yeah, and so she should just leave. She shouldn't put up with it, right?
Yeah.
In this story lah. Again, I don't care who is it about, but I just see it all as a story, okay? So in this story, Yeah, she wait by the door, anticipating his arrival, you know, like trying to please him, do the best colors, you know, lay the table, put all the nice things on the table, but then he doesn't care. Yeah.
This is the lack of appreciation.
Lack of appreciation, which was covered just now. So sad. That's why this song resonates with a lot of people, because they could be in a relationship and then they just feel like eventually their partner doesn't appreciate them. Yeah. And then that's the death of the relationship. Yeah. Maybe just different love language. Yeah, but that's why you need to talk about it. And that's why if you talk about it and then they still don't show you that appreciation that you already asked for. Yeah, then cannot. Okay, this is a more, again, very not a hit. But this is the lyrics are quite funny. It's called Now That We Don't Talk. The song is called Now That We Don't Talk. She is, both are red flags here. Okay, she says, remind myself the more I give, you want me less. I don't have to pretend I like acid rock, or pretend or that I like to be on a mega yacht with important men who think important thoughts. Guess maybe I am better off now that we don't talk. Yeah. So this song, they are both in a wrong relationship. Yeah. Can you all see this in this story? She has to pretend she likes his interests, right? And yeah, just don't pretend, or just don't be dishonest, right? She has to pretend she likes it even though she doesn't like it. And then there's not being comfortable with yourself and not saying no, and not setting healthy boundaries. Yeah, and it's okay to have different hobbies, but it shows that they have different values also, because she thinks that this person is pretentious and wants to impress other people, like important men, right? And she doesn't care about these things, right? So it's different values. It's like a deal breaker already. Yeah. That's why she says, I'm better off, so like we broke up. Yeah. That's my interpretation of the song. What do y'all think? Yeah. Will y'all pretend to like something just to chase somebody?
I think it's a very common occurrence though.
Oh my god.
You might start off maybe not truly liking something because maybe you want to impress someone, or you want to show your, like, you want to be noticed. But then
True.
gradually you kind of grow to like that thing as well, because then again, if you
Ah,
didn't have a reason to like, to try to like it, you will never try it and you will never actually like it. But
that's
because you actually
true.
try it and you like it,
That's the best case scenario, right? If you actually end up liking something, right? Or you get to
yeah,
appreciate somebody else's hobby or interest. But in this case, no, she's full of
yeah,
judgment. Yeah, she's like,
yeah.
you guys are pretentious. You guys pretend you're very important, and you guys like just showing off your wealth, being on a mega yacht. So she's like judging them and being like, not for me. Yeah. So sometimes is don't waste your time lah. You know, it's just different things you want out of it.
Yeah.
Sometimes you fake it till you make it. Yeah. Sometimes it can work. Sometimes it just doesn't. You fake it and you're still like, "Ugh, I feel so fake, gross. I'm not
I
true to
think most times it
myself."
doesn't work.
Yeah. If you're not true to
Yeah.
yourself, I don't know. I feel like honesty to me is very important, right? So like, if I don't like something, I just say, you know.
Yeah.
Especially again, because if I'm talking about looking for a serious partner, then I don't want to pretend and then like show them a fake self, show them a false image of me. Yeah, then they are liking this fake version of me. Then I'm not being honest with myself and also that other person. So to me, like, she's a red flag, he's a red flag, they're both red flags in that song. Yeah, which is the case in a lot of Taylor Swift songs. Yeah. This is a famous song. Do you all know this song? It's All Too Well. There's a 10-minute version. These lyrics are from the 10-minute version. Okay, because she added more lyrics to the song because the song was so popular. From I think 5 minutes, it became 10 minutes. Yeah, when she re-released the album. Yeah. Okay. This line, this line that goes, he's gonna say it's love, you never called it what it was, to reflect, because if he doesn't call it what it is or what it was, then that means he didn't call it love, right? There are no words of affirmation or there's a fear of commitment. So reflect. Then you kept me like a secret. I feel like if you are keeping somebody like a secret, like you keep a secret relationship, okay lah, in the celebrity world maybe it's very common, but I'm like in an average normal human person's world, if you keep your relationship a secret, it's kind of a red flag to me, cause like you should be proud of your partner, you want to show them off, or like you don't care who knows about it, you know, like everything is just out in the open, right?
Maybe
like
the parents are more strict.
Unless it's like a Romeo Juliet situation, maybe, I don't know. But like for average people who are not in those situations, then I don't think anything should be kept a secret. Like a relationship is a huge thing. How do you keep it a secret though? You know, like I prefer to be everything out in the open. We're all open, honest. The amount of friends I see on IG reposting this song when it came out is too damn high. Wait, I didn't even see anyone repost this. Who are these friends of yours? Okay, then this one, you said if we had been closer in age, maybe it would be fine. So just now we did have some questions about age, right? But this point, right, she said, and that made me want to die. This is super red flag, right? This is a huge red flag, because if somebody makes you feel so unworthy of love and brings you down, again, it's all about like you want somebody who lifts you up. If somebody is making you feel so sad and unworthy of love, and it could also be considered emotional manipulation, and ding ding ding, another red flag. Yeah. Then the last two lines are about the guy's idea of her, right? The idea you had of me. Who was she? A never needy, ever lovely jewel whose shine reflects on you. So it sounds like to her, or the guy just wants a girl who is very pretty and sparkly on the outside and will reflect well on him, so make him look good. And that's the idea, that he wants like an ideal girlfriend, but again, she's just not that. So maybe he wanted her to fit into that mold, or he wanted to change her, and he was not happy with the way she was. Again, another red flag lah. Yeah. So many red flags in the song. It's just I don't know. It's just so many red flags, guys. Anybody who wants to point out any more red flags in like Taylor Swift song, doesn't have to be this song. Or any other song, actually doesn't even have to be Taylor Swift song. Y'all can share with me, okay?
I don't even remember like half the lyrics to songs that I listen to.
Okay lah, you're not a lyric person.
Yeah. I mean, if it's really catchy or I've listened to it enough times, then the lyrics might grow on me. If not, it's going to be hard to remember.
Okay. I think my brain is full of things that I don't need to remember, like song lyrics, so yeah. I'm sure you can find at least one in every song, every like sad love song about breakups and stuff, right? Yeah. Modern day song nowadays. How to analyze? What's that? Is what do you mean? Do you mean they just say sounds and not actual words? Oh, Chinese song. Chinese songs, a lot of love songs. But I feel like Chinese songs, they don't really talk about red flags. I mean, they talk about love a lot, but they don't really talk about red flags per se. But that's just me. I don't think I listen to enough Chinese songs to know. Can you send you a TikTok? Sure. Okay. Before we look at that, I'll just quickly look at this one, okay? This one is just another... Once again, it's not a hit. But this song is about... Actually, the first four lines that I put there, can you all really spot the red flag? It goes... Mr. looked me in the eye and told me you will never go away. Everything was right. Mr. I've been waiting for you all my life. Mr. Every single day until the end, I'll be by your side. So that means this guy said all these things to her. All these sweet, sweet romantic things to her at first. And that we know is a red flag lah. Yeah, exactly, Daryl. He love bomb her. Correct. Then after that, he changed. He had a change of heart. He was like, leave me all alone. I fall apart. So he became a different person, like what you guys were saying just now. Like some of your experiences or like friends who met people who became different people after that. So it is completely, if you become a different person, I feel like it's just dishonesty. That's just a red flag again. Then casually cruel, Mr. Everything revolves around you. That's just narcissism. There's toxic behavior, which we're not really talking about toxic behavior today lah, but you know, it's also considered red flag. More on this on another episode. Mr. What else is there? Insincere apology, so he doesn't look like the bad guy. So that means this guy has to always win all the fights, and he just apologizes to, you know, get something out of it or to keep his reputation. So it's for his benefit. So again, this is, if you always need to be right, because he always wins, so the next line is Mr. Always Wins. So there's again narcissism, toxic, red flag, blah blah blah. Okay, Mr. Always Wins, so far above me in every sense, so far above me in everything. Again, making her feel super unworthy, super like she's not good enough, which is very funny like if you think about it, because like it's Taylor Swift and she's super rich and famous and successful, but still she also feels like that. That's why it is. Yeah, but again, if you just see this as a story, it's just a girl and a guy, and the girl is feeling super like her confidence is gone. Yeah, she feels this guy is way more superior than her, and he is far above feeling everything, so he has no empathy. He cannot feel for her or anybody or anything. So no empathy to me is always a deal breaker. Yeah. Red flag. Yeah, cannot lah. Like insincere apologies can also be used to manipulate you. Like you can say, oh, I apologize already, what more do you want? Or like, I apologize already, so you should, you know, like try to make you feel guilty. Like, I apologize already, why are you still being so mean to me? Or I apologize already, yeah, to maybe just manipulate you even more. Yeah, to be honest, a lot of guys do that, sadly. Serious, like all of these things. Oh dear. Yeah.
It's sometimes they unknowingly do it. Yeah. Then you also have a lot of people who maybe they are like it's their first time in a relationship. They might not know how to act appropriately. They are maybe a little more full of themselves. Yeah.
True that. Okay lah, but yeah, those are just the extra slides for fun. Yeah.
Have to pair it with your Taylor Swift, the love of Taylor Swift in everything you do.
No lah. I mean, it's
Maybe
just
Taylor Swift can sponsor you eventually.
nah, that's not gonna happen. But it's just something that I realized while listening to her songs, that it's just been red flag after red flag after red flag. And maybe that's why it's also so relatable, right? Because if like, you know, you guys are saying that a lot of people do this, a lot of guys do that, and then it makes sense why she has such a huge following and so many girls all around the world think that her songs are so relatable. Yeah.